Okay, so I'm just setting up the stream right now. And I now have the stream selected. It's about a few seconds to 10 a.m. where I decided to start the stream. And we'll get started then. Alright, so it's officially 10 a.m. and I'm starting the stream right now. And we do have a new case that I designed since last week. So took a few days to do some CAD and took the rest of the time before that to print out the parts. I actually just finished a part right now. And I would also like to announce that today's stream is going to be sponsored by JLC3DP. They reached out, thought that it would be a good opportunity for both of us to collaborate, and I thought the same. So the reason why I'm going with them is because they do offer 3D printing services, and often people ask, hey, how can I print your PC cases? Because some of them do get pretty big. And I think one option that I would like to offer now is that you could send those files to a 3D printing facility, kind of like JLC 3DP, and I do have a link in my description with their website. And so yeah, so now they are collaborating with this channel, so then they can support us and we can create more cool stuff. So with that, let's get started on the new PC case. So basically, I have a new case, and these are the parts so far. And we do have a lot of moving parts for this one, because in order for me to put the PC components I want inside here, I do have to take apart some of the current pieces they have assembled, because there's parts in there that I need. However, before we begin disassembly of the PCs for their parts, let's go ahead and do some post-processing for the parts here. And I guess quickly I can go over some of the parts. So this is a power supply shroud, and it's also going to be hopefully supporting the GPU. You'll see soon. And we do have some spacers here that are going to be used for the power supply. Put that over there. And luckily no post-processing for that. And I believe this is the top panel. So you can see it's quite narrow. And this is going to be the bottom panel. And we have the back panel here, along with the brace that goes with it. And we have the side panel here. And again, we have a fairly large print. This is not the maximum size of my print bed, but it is large enough that I think it does basically rule out a lot of printers out there. And again, if you want to print this out in ABS, if you follow the link for JLC 3DP, they will have the opportunity to print that out for you if you want to go that route. And then lastly, we have the, not lastly, but this is the motherboard tray for the case. And now lastly, this is the front panel for the case we're building today. And, oh, actually, I forgot. There is also an optional part that's in the printer that just finished right now. And I suppose I could grab it right now. I believe the plate just cooled down and it released on its own. And so this is the optional stand for the case. And I'll try to build up the case with and without it. So for now though, let's do some post-processing. Really the only thing that needed supports was this part right here. And I'm hoping that these will just pop right out. Alright, so I'll zoom in for you. So we've got this, the back part of it, but we did have some overhangs on these parts here. And I'm hoping they come out. So let's just, and I'm wrong, they are done, they are not coming out. Oh no, hold on, let me grab, maybe I'll use, let's see, what could I use? I'll try first with a tiny flathead screwdriver. So it looks like the parts fused. Let's see if I can get it out. Oh, okay. They just need a little persuasion. Let me see if I can zoom in for y'all a little more. I'm sorry the lighting is not the best because it is white on white, but essentially there's a little support material here. Let me put that away. And now we'll try it with this end. So I guess I could just come at it from, oh, maybe just come from the bottom actually. So I'm gonna push it from the bottom, and that went right through, so that's not gonna work. So let's try the first method that worked. That's not working now. Yeah, so this, I guess as background, that came off now. Great. As background, basically, I am using a new filament. This is PETG with glass fiber, obviously in white. Normally, I like to print my cases in PETG with carbon fiber, but because carbon fiber is black, obviously if you had a white part, it would probably show all the little carbon fiber specks on there. I don't know how it would look like. Would be interesting to find out though. Maybe I can like try to talk with someone to see if they've ever tried it, but because it would be cool to have like a kind of like a rock effect. I do have PETG in a rock, and rock looks really nice. And so basically now we have this part here in white, PETG with glass fibers. And that was the post-processing, but there's definitely a whole lot more we need to do. And before I do that, I'm going to go ahead and plug in my soldering iron, and we're going to be installing a whole lot of M3 heat inserts. And I love my heat inserts, so you're going to have to watch me install them all. And I do have like a special tip for this to install the heat inserts. It makes life way easier. And I just set the temperature to, I think, 280. Yeah. I probably say this every stream, but I always forget. But it is 280. I think it's a good temperature to do inserts for PETG. And so we'll just wait for that to heat up, and we are going to be installing these brass heat inserts that are M3. And I'll have links to all this stuff in the description. And I'm sure I'm missing something in the description, so if you do find something odd or you're missing something, just let me know. All right, and let's see. Yeah, so while that's waiting, I guess I need to kind of figure out what I need to do. I also need to install a whole bunch of magnets on this too, so we'll do that after the heat inserts though. But I'm quite excited for this one. So the plan is it's going to be using an ITX motherboard, a full-size GPU, and on the note for the GPU, this particular build that we're looking at right now, I'm making just for my components. So I'm designing it for an RTX 3080. However, when I do upload the files tonight, there will be a version I'll be uploading that'll theoretically work for a 5090. So an RTX 5090 is definitely going to be the same overall length. However, it is going to be slightly taller. I believe the exact measurement is like, I want to say like 46. Yeah, I think like 46 millimeters higher. Oop, did not mean to zoom in. And then because it basically accommodates for the RTX 5090 where the card is taller. And yeah, so this should be an interesting one. Oh, one thing I did, oh, you know what? I did not include the link, however, is that I know I keep saying I don't like risers, but this particular build will be using a riser. This will be the same one that I use for the Steam Machine replica. It is made by ADT, I believe, and yeah, I'll post a link on there. But it will use a riser, and it's going to be using an SFX Power Supply. What else? The cooler wise, so for the CPU, I think the tallest cooler you can put on is around 5 millimeters, but I think it'll work out. So let's go ahead. I think the heat inserts or the soldering iron should be warm now. So let's go ahead and start installing those. And then Evie Design writes, nice to see you, Evie Designs. And then they write out, always give out great tips for little details. Thanks, man. Of course, of course. It's always fun sharing the knowledge. And honestly, just happy to have people even interested in it. So thank you, too. All right, so I've got some heat inserts I have to install. And we're going to start with the motherboard. And let's see if I can maybe zoom in more for y'all. And for anyone else watching, if you have questions, like, just feel free to dump them. I'm more than happy to try and answer. It's interesting. I use the stock profile for this filament, and I did notice that the holes I have shrunk a little bit compared to what I normally experience with PETG with carbon fiber. So this is a little different. It's also a different color, white. I learned that white is kind of a peculiar color in that they have to put lots of additives to get that white. And so it'll be I'm sure that's what's contributing to its weird shrinking. Hey Travis, good to see you. Travis writes, does this have to be with PETG carbon fiber, or do you think we could just use PETG? I think you can just use PETG, because in terms of heat tolerance, they should be roughly the same. And strength-wise, they should be the same too. It might be like a tad bit more flexy, if that, but I don't think so, because even if you look at this is PETG with glass fiber. There is you can still induce a lot of flex if you put some strength into it. But I just like using the fiber impregnated filaments just because they're really stable. So these were all printed in glass fiber. But the stand, which I have right over, where did I put that? Oh, right over here. So this was printed out in normal PETG, and obviously I need to tune this one too, but you can see inside here in the corner, let's see which corner we're looking at. This one, this corner right over here, like I did have some issues. It's really weird. I know it's a me issue in terms of I need to actually get in there and tune filaments, but I have so much luck with the fiber impregnated filaments that I just go with it. Evie Design writes, don't think it's a must. I have printed another case with normal PET and it's fine. Yeah, so before I discovered the life of carbon fiber, glass fiber filaments, most of my cases were just done in PETG. So just like Evie Design mentioned, it's totally possible. Just don't use PLA. Because to be honest, if you visited my channel before, a lot of my cases that I share, they're essentially just drafts. So this one's also a draft. I mean, I literally just finished these prints yesterday, and I obviously have not installed a PC into it yet. So for all I know, even with the heat tolerance of PETG, it may still warp and whatnot, because for this particular case, I did try again to have it as small as possible. And whenever I do that, it basically means that there's going to be some compromises made, and a lot of it is the cooling. So I don't know if this will be strong enough to actually withstand the heat that I'm going to be outputting in this particular case, but we are going to find out together, I suppose. And what else? Evie Design also writes, saw posts on on Reddit, small form factor PCs showing ABS printed case The guy was standing on it, no flex. I think I know what you're talking about, but I don't advise standing on your case. Metal or not. Like, I mean, I have metal cases. I mean, if you've seen my other streams, I have like the Sliger case that's all metal, and I won't stand on it. But really cool. And really, it also depends on how you build it too. Like for this particular case, like because it is all a mesh, like the strength is just lower. Like you just have less material. Like for all these prints that you saw today, you know, you zoom out really quick while I'm talking about this. But the prints you see on this table, I think it, oh, that's a different roll. But basically, it used less than half a roll of filament, and so. Despite how large they are in terms of area, the actual volume is quite small. Like I think, like this particular piece took more material than like both of these panels combined. So, it won't take up too much, but at the same time, it also means that it just doesn't have as much material. Let's see. Vikas Patel. Good to see you, Vikas. Wrote the one with 4 handles. I think I have seen that video. Yes, I gave it a like. And then Travis wrote, awesome. I was wondering at ABS for a PETG carbon fiber or glass fiber. I assume you need a hard nozzle, correct? Correct. So Travis, if you haven't already gotten on the hard nozzle game, you need to get on that because it does open you up for these really cool filaments. And you could probably get away with like a few prints with a normal brass or copper nozzle, but it's gonna wear out, especially with carbon fiber. Like I've also noticed it like eats up Bowden tubes, so keep that in mind too. And when you do move to a hardened nozzle, like just be prepared to tune it and be prepared to also like tune every filament you have. Like if you have specific tunes that you already have for specific filaments, you got to redo them all. So one thing I didn't mention was like I have a harder time with normal PETG now because I think it is because of the hardened steel nozzle. It definitely has different like temperature characteristics, and I noticed that I definitely cannot like print as fast with the steel hardened nozzle for some reason, but it could also be a me issue too. I mean, maybe I just need to really sit down and tune the thing. All right, so we've got the motherboard piece done. We still got a lot to go, but let me just count it off to see how many inserts I have on here. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 just for the motherboard piece. So keep in mind, we're going to have a lot of heat inserts for this one. I'm going to put this aside for now. And let me just double check to see if I need any heat inserts for the side panel. And I do not think I do because I think these will all be using magnets. So let's put this to the side over here. All right, and then Evie Design writes, any filaments with abrasive in hardened nozzle is recommended. Plus larger size, 0.6. SUG is on point. Thanks, Evie. Yeah, so to that point too, in the beginning, like some of my cases I designed with a 0.4 nozzle because I was using the official filament from Chi Tech, and they have like control over how long the actual fibers are and how much fibers they put in. And so they don't even recommend like bumping up a size in nozzle. But I have seen some filaments that I've bought like on Amazon where it specifically says like do not use this with a 0.4, like it should be 0.6 or higher. It is just because there is just like material in the filament, and so it doesn't melt. And so so to Evie's point, definitely go bump up with a higher nozzle size because in one particular case, I forget which one it was. Which one was it? I think it was the Micro ATX case that I designed. I think I have it here, but basically the first version of this was a 0.4 millimeter nozzle, and I just, with this particular filament, I think it was the brand is Aerion, and I had so many problems with it, and then I just basically, I finally installed my I've had the 0.6 millimeter hardened nozzle for a while. I just didn't install it, but I guess for this particular build, I ended up installing it. I had to spend like a whole day tuning it, but we got this cool looking printout. So yeah, it was worth the effort. But basically, yes, bump up your nozzle size. And let's see. Travis writes, I didn't even think about it needing to be larger as well. It makes perfect sense. Vikas Patel wrote, what would you recommend for 3D PPC? Looking for ITX Mobile, ITX Power Supply, and 3-slot GPU without a riser. Honestly, when you bump up your power supply needs, I'll bring it out again. I would honestly so I mean there's another version on this that you can use that uses that can be printed on a 180 by 180 print bed, kind of like the A3 Mini and also the Prusa Mini. So when you need a ATX power supply, you're gonna need like tons of space, and so this is micro ATX. However, if you want a 3-slot GPU, like you're already, so let's say the normal ITX would just be this slot right over here. When you go up for the 3, you're gonna be using up all the way up to here anyway, so you might as well just like aim for a micro ATX case. So this one you can't really see right now, and I'm not gonna take it apart. You can watch a previous video on it, but this one takes a ATX power supply, so that covers you. And I think this can also accommodate for a 240mm AIO as well. But as you can see here in the back, you can also use a air cooler. So, and obviously no riser. That was one of the goals here, was not to use a riser. So no riser, air cooling, water cooling capabilities. So this would be a good option. And then you wrote, that looks like micro ATX. What case is that? Again, this is the SUG free beam micro ATX. And basically, if you look on my channel, my other previous streams, you'll see it. Or if you go and follow my my printables site, you'll see it on there as well too. So you do have that option here. So, but it does require maker beam extrusions. But I think it's nice to have. And obviously there's a lot more cases out there that I obviously didn't design, but yeah, you have tons of options. But if you want something that covers what you're asking for, I think that would be a good option. And really, what's really holding you back is the power supply need. Yeah, you kind of just have to deal with it because a ATX power supply versus here. Give me 1 second. Now, obviously, not every ATX power supply is going to be the same, but this is a ATX, but it's 200 mil, and then this is SFX. So, like, if you can imagine, like, I could probably mod, and actually, I won't. But anyways, you can fit like a lot. You could put double this inside here. So you definitely you lose so much volume by going with a bigger power supply, and that's what holds you back, and that's why I think. Just because you're using an ITX motherboard, you're probably going to just need a micro ATX case anyways, just because you're going to need a huge, you need space for the power supply. All right, I'm rambling, so let's get back to this. Sorry, but I do love answering your questions, so go ahead and throw them out. All right, so now we're going to move on to the back panel here, and I don't remember how many heat inserts it took, so we're just going to have to use our eyes. Okay, so right now I do see right away. We do have some heat inserts for the, I think, C14 plug. This is the extension cable for the power supply, because the power supply is going to be internal, and the actual connector won't be available to us once the case is all buttoned up. And Vikas Patel wrote, looks great. Yeah, I'm really happy with that particular micro ATX case. I think it fulfilled everything I wanted out of it. There is, again, there is a version for it that works for smaller printers, but I don't like it. It's also my fault too for not taking the time to do a better job with the division of the panels, because I obviously had to cut it all up to make it fit on a 180. But I have a big printer, so it's just nice to like actually print it out as large as I can, because then I get to see it for how I imagined it. Okay, so I think I've got 1, 2 for the brace. I almost missed 2. So this particular case will only allow 2-slot GPUs. The RTX 5090 is a 2-slot GPU, so luckily I don't have to account for that anymore. Because before, whenever I had like quote-unquote compatibility for like an RTX 4090, I did have to put on like a 3-slot. But now that the new King comes in a 2-slot, kind of makes my life a little easier. Even though I know a lot of people want that that 3-slot compatibility, until I actually get my own, that's not going to be my priority. But now that this stream is sponsored, maybe RTX 5090 will be in the realm of possibility now. So super stoked. All right, so we've got the back panel done now. We got heat inserts for the power connector that are over here. We got 2 heat inserts here for the brace, and then we've got 2 heat inserts here for the actual GPU itself. And I think we're done with this. And again, these are all M3. I tried my best to keep it all the same size for this one. And I think I did a pretty good job. All right, so now I'm taking a gander here to see if I need any heat inserts, and this is the bottom piece, and yes, I do. I need 4. So this part's optional. I'm putting heat inserts for the stand, and the stand isn't really required, but it's nice to have that option. And like I mentioned, there's a lot of moving parts for this particular build because I just finished it, and like I did want to have it turned on for y'all today, but we'll see how that goes, because if I want it turned on, I have to bust out my soldering iron and install some pigtails for the power button. I just got a new one just for this case because the other ones I have are all black, and so it was quite the contrast I wasn't quite digging. Let's see. All right, and then Evie Designs, right? Can you find RTX 5090 FE, please? Question mark. Because I want one too. Yeah, I think we all want one, right? Yeah, I don't know how that's gonna happen. Maybe I'll have to like grovel and then be like, hey, I'm just a small YouTuber. Can I please like borrow? I mean, I honestly at this point would just even like take one for a loaner and just, you know, have it for like a few videos just to kind of like show for photos. But that would be the dream. Okay, so we've got heat inserts for the stand, and I don't think I need any more. So I think these through holes here are for the actual power supply. These through holes here go into another part of the panel, and these are also through holes that go into the other panel. So I think there's, yeah, so this one I guess only requires 4 heat inserts. And then we've got this next one here, and I don't think it has any heat inserts at all. This is the top panel, but I believe all it requires are magnets, so we'll do that later. And then no other heat inserts because it just requires these through holes for other screws. Actually, I should not have taken this away because I still need them. And let me see, do I need anything here? Oh, I do. So, I already put these away, and I shouldn't have because I actually need them for magnets. And I don't think this one needs a magnet. Neither does this back panel. And I think I screwed up. I think I forgot some heat inserts on this big panel here. Oh boy, okay. Need to be more attentive. All this talk on RTX 5090 got me excited. Yeah, I mean, so I'm not obviously in a financial position to go buy one, so I don't even have to, like, I guess, worry about where can I find one. But I do feel for the people who are, like, wallets ready and yet it's not available. Like, the idea that they have to, like, pay so much from scalpers or like, maybe they have to buy like a pre-built. I did see a sale on like a pre-built. It was like a Dell or something, but it was only a 5080. But I think that might be the route to go if you really want one and can't wait. Like, just find a pre-built with one and take it out or something. I'm also not one to shy away from pre-builts too. I mean, obviously I love building my own PCs, but sometimes like pre-built just works. Especially in this situation we have right now where prices are insane and availability is like atrocious. Maybe pre-built's the way to go. It hurts to say that though, I will say. Alright, so we added 3 more. So I think last time we said there was like, hold on, I want to say there was, let's just recount it. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 in this back panel. So yeah, make sure you have a lot of heat inserts because this is going to need it. And let me think, did this one need it? No, this is just for magnets. And I think these are all through holes. And this one are all through holes as well. No, I'm wrong. There is actually 2 heat inserts I missed over here. Wow, this is a lot of heat inserts. Travis writes, we use 3090s, 4090s at work, and unfortunately we've had to buy them from scalpers almost every time. Oh my gosh. Well, luckily, you know, I mean, I hope you're not the business owner who has to cough up that bill, but luckily it's not your wallet, I'm assuming, unless you're the actual business owner, then yeah, I feel for you. But you know, I think if you're in need of something that powerful for your business, I'm hoping that it has already paid itself off now. Like, I wonder, like, I mean, I don't know how, maybe it's not a thing anymore. Do you remember, like, internet cafes where you can, like, play games? Like, I don't know if those, I don't even know if any exist around where I live anymore. Or maybe I just don't go out and that's why I don't know. Alright, so we installed the two heat inserts I missed for the bottom panel. And let me see what else I need to do. Oh, you know what? I think I missed more here. It looks like we've got heat inserts for this back panel that I totally missed. I thought they were through holes. My eyes fooled me. Travis, can I ask you, like, what do you guys use the 3090 and the 4090s for at work? Because most places I've worked at where we required, like, specific video cards, we've usually just gone with the Quadros, but maybe it's just different nowadays. I don't know, so your situation might be different. Like the laptop that I use to do all my CAD, I mean, it's pretty old, like 2017 maybe, but it has a Quadro in it. Not the fastest thing, obviously, but it does the job. Okay. I think I got everything. I hope I got everything. Alright, so Travis wrote, I'm a video FX and CG supervisor. We use them for rendering. Oh, yeah, that's a really good call. And yeah, so I think even for, like, if you wanted to go Quadro with that, like, you're probably going to spend, like, even more, huh? Like, the ATA 6000s or whatever, they're, like, $3,000. Okay, so these require... So this is the front panel I'm looking at now, and it looks like it does require 4 heat inserts. You'll notice here too, so I did say that PETG is pretty stable with glass fiber, but there is some bowing on here. But this is actually, I kind of like that it's bowing in that direction, because you'll see soon that I'd rather have it bow in this direction towards the middle of the case rather than out, and so you'll see soon. But I think also this might have just happened because I was, again, impatient, and the moment the print finished, I just pulled it off. I was just impatient. I should have maybe let it cool on its own, but maybe it would have curled on its own too. I don't know. When I pulled out this one, this is the base, and I think it also has a slight curve to it, a little bit. But yeah. So be patient. But I couldn't be patient because basically, if I hadn't done that, it takes about, like, I want to say like 2 hours for the print to cool inside my garage. Longer during the summer. And I just didn't have 2 hours to spare because, again, before the stream started, I just finished that print. And if I had waited, like, this stream probably would be like more of like a progress than it is like a kind of a trial build, where I probably would have only had like the motherboard panel, the back, and then the top. Yeah, so basically everything but like the actually I don't even know if I would have had the motherboard panel done. It would have just been like me putting together like the skeleton and being like, all right guys, stay tuned for next week. Same bat channel, same bat time. Or maybe it'll be like a Dragon Ball episode where it's just like, I'll take like 4 hours putting in one heat insert and be like, check in next time for the next episode of another heat insert. Maybe I should do that. Alright, and then Evie Designs wrote, well, that's great. And then Travis wrote, oh yeah, I've warped prints pulling them off too quickly too. Yeah, I think especially for like this particular print here, it's not solid, but it does have tons of material, and so it definitely has lots of opportunities to warp on itself, and it definitely took that opportunity for this one. All right, so I think now I need to install magnets. I'm kind of a little freaked out for these magnets. I hope I have it right in my head. Let me zoom out really quick while I talk to y'all. So I need to figure out my next plan of action. Do I want to do the magnets already? I do, because we'll be wasting time if we don't. All right, so let's go ahead and start installing magnets. I'm gonna turn off my soldering iron now because I don't think I need it anymore. And I should have wore eye protection. I should have also turned on my fume extractor. I even had it ready, but I just feel like there's a lot to do for this case, and I don't want to take up all your time. So let's get to it. All right, so magnets. I guess I'm also hesitating because I know this one takes a lot of like mental energy. Just because I need to make sure that I have the magnets aligned properly. And Captain Merc, good to see you, Captain Merc. Magnets, how do they work? I'm curious now what GIF you're gonna put in there. All right, so we've got these magnets here. These are the ones I've been using for a lot of my cases. I'm losing a lot. I mean, I've used a lot, so I might have to do another run soon. But the way I like to align the magnets is by taking them, and normally they give you like a larger magnet like this, where it's kind of like the one you use to like pick up the other magnets, I guess. But I like to use it for like alignment. Like for instance, like you can't really see on camera, but like now these are repelling, obviously, and the other side will stick. And so when you want magnets, obviously you want them to like stick together, and you don't want them to repel. So you have to you have to be quite mindful of like which direction you're putting these magnets in. Otherwise, like they will repel each other, and it's not going to work how you intended. So, man, how do I want to do this? Because I know that this one doesn't hang. Maybe I'll just assemble the case and then deal with the magnets then. 'Cause I think I can turn it on its side and like press them down. Yeah, let's do that. Let's put the case together and then do the magnets later. Okay, so we are going to be using these silver screws. I have these linked in the description. They're from Amazon, and so we're gonna use these ones. These are just M4. There's a whole assortment of screws in there, and so just like my other streams, just make sure you use the right ones. And which ones are the right ones? The ones that fit. And then Travis just laughing at Captain Burke. All right, so you'll notice that on this print, let me zoom in for y'all. There are these little, hard to see with this lighting obviously, but it's white on white, but there's these protrusions throughout the case, and they actually kind of mate with these little cavities here. And so they're not there for actual like structural, I guess no, they're a little bit structurally useful, but really for me it's about alignment. So right now, like if I just put pressure on these two parts together, when the grooves and the protrusions align, they shift very little. So for me it's really mainly about alignment, but I think once they're actually in, they do provide a certain level of like mechanical, I guess, like advantage. I don't know what the term is for that, but let me just dry fit these screws really quick. Oh my god, I haven't even checked if the screw sizes are right. I guess we're gonna find out together. I might need to like bust out my screwdriver to see if I have the right like tolerances, especially for some of these, because I did print them vertically. They may not work right away, so let me see. I'm just trying to size out the screw that I need. I think this should work. I think that should work. So right now I'm currently using the flathead. Let's see. I think this is the 8mm. Yeah, I think it's the 8mm. But again, if you decide to make this case yourself, just use the screws until they work. Why aren't you going in? Uh-oh. Are my holes not aligned? They look aligned. Okay, there they are. Okay, I should probably turn the camera around so that y'all can see. It's always hard to film this, but also be able to see it on my own. Let's see. Evie Designs. I admire you for not giving out the jokes in your lives like you do on your PC building videos. Show strong control of intrusive thoughts. It really is, you know, I mean, I do struggle with that in a sense that, like, I want to be genuine with y'all. And I feel like I've gotten a good balance. Like, obviously with my videos, I mean, a lot of it is like, I hate video editing. And so when I'm doing the videos, like, it's just an opportunity for me to kind of just like vent. Because it is just like it's just grueling. I actually do not like video editing at all. And so when I do my videos, like I do find some like I guess comfort in like doing the jokes, because it kind of just gives me an outlet for like my frustration in a sense. And I guess what you're seeing now in the streams is like my work mask, where I'm trying to be like helpful and polite, but who knows, maybe that'll change. I mean, I think I have slipped a few times in my streams, but yeah, it'll come with time. This is all still new to me, so you know, that might be too soon that you said that, because for all we know, I might just start mouthing off during the stream too. But yes, my life is basically like one big exercise in ignoring the intrusive thoughts. I'm sure it's the same way for a lot of people, but I feel like it's like one of my main struggles is just like knowing when to shut up. Okay, so we've got the top panel on now, and now we're gonna install the bottom panel. I'm just hoping I didn't like do like a wrong what do you call it, order of operations here. I'm assuming I can just put it all together at once. You're probably wondering, like, didn't you design that thing? How come you're asking these weird questions? And yes, I did, but I rushed it. Yeah, I mean, I'm actually kind of surprised. This only took me like a few days to build. Wait, hold on. What? Ooh, do I need a longer one? 1 second. And then that's what she said. That's what he said. Okay, so let me see. But I'm really glad that the screws are actually going through. They're a little tighter. I gave them like a good, I think, I want to say like a 1/2 mil tolerance, but they are just eating through that tolerance that I said. It's very tight. But it's working now. Okay. So I think for that one I used the 8mm one as well. I think the 8mm might be the go-to. I probably did have that in my mind while I was doing the CAD, but I've literally just been running around like a chicken losing its head right now because yeah, so right now it's not that clean behind me, but it was a lot worse before that. And this table was like packed. Like I even had like a monitor on here for a second. So what you're seeing is not reality. Wow, okay, so I got that wrong. I think it's actually the 10 mil that I'm using right now. Which makes sense, I guess. I think. A little tight. Oh, wow. You have to like it tight. Like, I don't know. I've never met anyone who likes it loose. These are definitely tighter. But what do you guys think, though? So, I mean, like, I tried really hard. So the reason why you're seeing the screws inside is I want to avoid having exposed screws for like the top and the front. Obviously this is the bottom, so I just said screw it all. Yeah, screw. I just put on the screws in the bottom, but this is the top part, so you won't see any screws because they're all going to be inside. But I think I probably could have gotten away with having the screws outside. I mean, it would have made my life so much easier. Like designing in all these little through holes for the inside it was not fun. It would have been way simpler just to have it outside, but I did want it. I think it'll look nicer. I think it'll look nicer. And I hope you all agree with me. Okay, so now we're going to be putting on the back panel. And this is kind of a mixture of internal and exterior screws. We're going to start off with the rear, which is an external screw. Oh, no, I am wrong. It is an internal screw. So let me turn it around for y'all. Actually, while I'm out here, I might as well do the external screw. Sorry for that drop. I know it gets a little loud whenever I drop stuff here. So my apologies. Alright, so now we're encountering a screw hole that is really tight. No way, how come the other ones worked? I have to bust out the drill for this one, actually. Or maybe I just force it. Let's see. When in doubt, force it. No, don't do that. That's how problems happen. Okay, I can kind of just screw it in. Okay, let's just do that. Dude, but it's always awesome. Like obviously I've been staring at this CAD for like a few days now, but I'm already starting to see this box form, and it's kind of exciting. It's always exciting though, whenever you have like a design you've been working on and you see it come to life. because it's always different seeing it in the CAD versus in real life. So now I'm just gonna do a lot of screwing. And what's also fun about putting this together is that, you know, I think I showed you in the beginning how flexy it can be. But as you put all the parts together, like a lot of that flex goes away, which is always nice. Okay, so now I'm going to install these lower screws. That one slid in, so that was nice. There you go. And that one's tight though. Man, I really should tune this filament. I mean, considering I used the stock profile for PETG, this is pretty impressive that it printed out first go. I know it was like, you're probably thinking like, wow, that's a pretty big risk to just like essentially wing it. And I kind of had no choice because I feel like, what you would call it? I feel like the tuning process for filament, like if you watch YouTube videos, it'll be like, you can do this in 15 minutes. It's like, no, it's not 15 minutes. Like some of those prints like take quite a while. And I also wasn't sure how much filament this case was going to take. If I had known it was only going to take like less than half a roll, I probably would have probably would have gone ahead and just done the printer tuning, but I wasn't sure how much filament I would take. And so I didn't do the tuning, and I really should have, because I'm noticing now that like there's a lot of tolerance issues that I didn't find with my PETG carbon fiber, but I'm now seeing in this PETG with glass fiber. But honestly, I think the color has a lot to do with it. Again, if you watch my other videos, I have a video where I did like an experiment for passive cooling, and during that time I was doing like vase mode prints that were like one of them was like almost 400 millimeters high. Oh, hold on a second. Something is not lining up here. We may be experiencing the first fail. No, never mind. I'm just got a little worried. A little worry-wart is what I am. Yeah, so I would have tuned it more, because right now I definitely need to do dimensional tuning because a lot of these tolerances are acting very odd. It's like literally eating up all the tolerance I put in, and I thought I would have some wiggle room, but that's not the case right now, it looks like. All right, Evie wrote, I like case designs with clean edges. More screws the better. And then you wrote, by the way, what do you do for a living, if you don't mind me asking? Is it designing CAD related? Yeah, so I kind of bounce around, but basically I'm just a designer in general. Like I do both hardware and software design. And right now, most of my work is all in hardware, but in a past life, I was doing a bunch of design for software. Anything that's really like creative, like that's kind of like where I found myself. And yeah, so that's that answer. And then you also wrote, Evie Design writes, it's just amazing how fast you come out with these different designs. Oh, thank you. But honestly, like, obviously, like, the first designs are going to take a long time. If you visit my channel, like, there's just a lot of PC cases out there. And basically, like, it's become kind of normal day in the life. Because I'm sure, was it Travis? I forgot who was talking about how they're... it was Travis. So, you know, Travis is a VFX artist, and I've worked with VFX artists before, and the stuff they do is crazy. But then, if you do it for years, like, it's not as crazy. Like, I'm sure, like, when Travis looks at some, like, you know, VFX in a commercial, like, he'll be like, yeah, that'll take me, like, 30 minutes. And then, but for someone else, they'll be like, oh my god, like, that's gonna take forever. But not for Travis, because Travis has been eating and breathing VFX, you know? And so, yeah, that's kind of the same thing for this one too. Like, obviously, like, this one only took a few days because, well, first off, like, I've already had it in my mind for a while, and second of all, it's a box. So it was really like, you know, it's kind of nice in the sense that it's a box because I know that I can print it. Like, versus like, it's in the corner over here, like that. Do you see that little head? Like, that's like, that's also a PC case, and that would not take me a few days. It'll probably take me like a week. Like, when you look at this thing, and even then, like, I consider this to be a draft because it's got so much more I need to do with it. Like, if you're not familiar with this case, but basically it is. Maybe I should take it out. Actually, I'll take it out and show you. Because this thing actually, I marketed this thing wrong. So I was playing around. You know what? No, I'm well. If we have time later, I'll do it. But because I know I keep rambling. But basically, yeah, this would not take me like less than a week to make because it's just a lot of surfacing to do. There's no surfacing on this one, so you just kind of just do it. All right. I mean, I almost got caught up there. That would wasted more of your time there. But it's so easy to be like distracted doing this stuff, especially because I love this stuff though. So it's easy to distract me. It's also easy to distract myself, I guess. Evie Designs wrote, I'm working on one, it's taking me weeks. The first ones do, honestly, like, and then once you get to your 10th case, like, it's gonna take you days. It's just natural. All right, so I think in the beginning of the stream, I showed you that there was, I mean, on one side you can still see it. Let me see if I can align it. So there is still some bowing. It's a concave bow, but because I've now attached it to the bottom here, that bowing is gone. And so what's nice is that it's bowing inwards, because I've had cases where once I put it together, it started bowing out, so convex, and it sucks because then you have like panel gaps that are really showing. Versus here, I might have a panel gap at the ends, but the middle portion will push itself in, which is like, I think, great, because then that means that I don't have to worry too much about the bulging. Always gotta worry about the bulging. I'm assuming we're all guys here. Every design wrote, I apologies for distracting SUG, guys. It's too easy though, right? I mean, it's too easy to distract me. All right, so I'm still installing these screws. Let me see, do I have this right? Yeah. I think these are the 8 mils that I'm putting in for the interior of the case. I'm just happy these screw holes are even working, to be honest. I was quite worried. Like this one it's not even sitting perfect inside. It's I put a little chamfer in there for it to nest, and it doesn't seem to be wanting to sit there that very well. But it's in. I mean, the screw did its job. That's just doing more screwing. Try to watch me screw. You can hear that metal to plastic friction. It is interesting though, like the surface finish you see on these fiber impregnated filaments. Super drastic. Just nicer. Again, I think really what I love about the carbon fiber and the glass fiber filaments is that as they print, they're just stable. And it really shows, I think. All right, so essentially we have most of the case put together now. As you can see, it's a console style. I did envision it to be vertical, and that's why some of the design decisions are the way they are. Because otherwise, if you see my other video, like I have the Steam machine replica, and it was a console as well, but it sat flat. This one can also sit flat, but I really did just try to envision it to be vertical because I wanted to take advantage of the new like RTX 5090 designs where it has a cross flow. And so the idea is that obviously the GPU would draw in air from the side and expel it from the other side without kind of mingling inside the case. And so that was kind of the main aim for this, and I hope I've done it. The video card I'm putting in doesn't really have the most like efficient cross flow design, but I think it's I think it'll work out. AV Designs writes, only now I'm starting to understand why live streams are fun. Glad to be hanging out here. Definitely going to be there on the future. Oh, awesome. We really appreciate that, AV Designs. And it's also, I mean, it's great to have people in here chatting away, and I assume you all love this stuff, and so it's like great to have people who enjoy this stuff. I mean, I've got friends that build PCs and stuff, but they're not as into like the actual like modding and PC building as I am, and so you know I don't expect them to kind of like love this stuff. So it's great to have people like yourselves come in here who really enjoy and are interested in this stuff. So thank you. All right, so we've got the case put together. And I think it's going to allow me to better understand how I need the magnets to be installed. And so let's just get to that. Oh, this is always so nerve-wracking because unlike with the heat inserts and the screws, like if I screw up, I just unscrew it and do something else. But if I screw the magnets up, they're like kind of stuck in there. So let's go ahead and get this started. So I'm using Crazy Glue or Super Glue or CA to install these. I think, do I have any more in here? I've got this little guy, but I think it might be dried out now. I mean, I've had it for like years. If you watch my other streams, it's what I use to install. I think it's just dried out now. Officially garbage. I'll put it right here. Okay, so we're opening up a new pack. This looks like it's like like normal glue, like what kids would use or something. I don't even know how to open this. Do I pull? Oh, it's a pull. Okay, so it's a pull. Oh, it's just not. It's not even the. I got bamboozled. Look at this thing. Like it came in this little like triple package thing. Like it came in this package, and then it was inside this tube. But all it was just like normal glue. Normal glue. All right, so interesting. It comes with like a little needle to poke it. All right, so we are going to be installing these magnets, and I am going to be using glue to have them stay put. I think there's enough friction in these to stay put, but we're putting the glue in just for like safe measure. All right, I have to think about this. Sorry, give me 1 second. So basically, I want them in this direction, meaning that so I got this blue tape on one end. Let me just zoom in for you here. I have blue tape on this AV Designs right. Look closely before you swipe right. Oh, you're talking about like dating. I would say something right now, but again, I think I have my work mask on, but it's really awful. Anyway, so I have this long pole here, and I have blue tape on one end to kind of let me understand like where the polarity is. And basically what I want to do, I'm going to go to the side that I want the blue tape to go away. Oops, the blue tape to kind of go towards the exterior of the case, and so that's what we're gonna land on. So the magnets for the exterior of the case are going to be coming in this direction. So let's just go ahead and decide that. And so basically, then later on, when I install the magnets for the actual side panel, I'll be installing them this way. And so what happens is I have to like basically flip the magnets around and then install them that way. Otherwise, yeah, they will repel each other. And you saw me, if you see my other videos, I built the Steam machine replica, and I don't know what happened in that. You saw it was off camera, but I ended up rotating like 2 or 3 of the magnets, and it was hilarious because the case didn't want to stay together. So let's try not to repeat that. And the thing is, it's like super hard to get them out. I think I had to use a soldering iron to get them out, so I don't want to do that. Like, I'm surprised the case didn't get destroyed. Oh, look at that. So the cap is like a little stand for it. That's neat. That's really neat. All right, so let's go ahead and install these magnets. We'll start off with the magnet here in the front panel, and I'm just gonna put like 1 small drop in there. Hopefully it's even enough, but I really do believe there's enough friction in these holes that it should stay put. All right, so let's see. All right, so I'm able to push that in. I may have to do the rest by hand though. Let me see if I can grab like a screwdriver to help push these in. So let me zoom in for you here. All right, so this magnet's like sitting a little proud right now, and hopefully if I can just push it in. And there it goes. Cool. Wait, did I do that right? Yes, okay. All right. It is really a big worry. I mean, I know you're probably thinking like, what is this nerd talking about right now? But if you get magnets in wrong, it's not fun. I mean, you saw me. I had to use this screwdriver handle to like push it in, and so once they're in, like they are not coming out. And so now we're gonna do the bottom ones. Let me put it more in the center for y'all here. And so I'm gonna be putting like a drop. Maybe I'll put it on the side actually, and then have it like kind of drip down. And that way the sidewalls will have glue. And I just realized now, this is gonna be much harder. I'll do the middle one first, because the corner ones are gonna be quite hard because I can't really get this screwdriver in there. So that went in pretty good. Happy about that. I guess I can try to push it in with the metal part, just such that sometimes the magnet will like try to stick to the screwdriver, and then that's like you're just battling it after that. All right, let's try it with the this metal part here. Okay, so luckily the magnetic force is not stronger than the friction in that hole. Gotta love those friction holes. Okay, so that's in. Shoving this in. Whoa, that one's giving me some trouble here. And you definitely don't want them to sit proud, because then the case might not close. Alright, this is going pretty good so far. Ooh, you know what? I do see like a little booger in here right now, so I don't know if you can capture it on camera. No, you can't. It's too much white. But I see like a little like 1/2 millimeter booger inside the hole, and I'm just gonna take it out now. That way it's not gonna interfere with the magnet. It probably won't, but let's just be safe. Because this is definitely like a really tight fit. There's no tolerance here at all. Even though I did put tolerance in the CAD, but again, like this filament's not tuned. And so that's why it is extremely tight. You'll notice it's a little wobbly here too, but that's why there is a brace that we're putting on later on. Okay. Nice, that one like snapped right in. Sweet. All right, more magnets coming in. So that's still going. And let me center this again. Heavy Designs, I still see your, oh, it looks like my stream is slowly dying. Oh no, it is, the weather's been crap here, and I have Comcast, and I swear sometimes when the weather gets bad, like they just like turn off their servers or something. So hopefully it's not too crazy. Let me know, like, is this, it looks like I am dropping some frames, but it still should be okay. I hope. Man, I hope this is not another one of those internet fail ones. I've had that happen before. Hopefully it's not again. That just means I have to work faster maybe before it completely fails. But that also suck if I don't have internet today. I like having internet. It sucks when I don't have internet. Yeah, let me know if the stream, is it like super laggy? I really don't know how I would fix that though. I mean, it's really like I already, it did chop up a little eesh. Yeah, I don't know how to like actually remedy that. Like I'm on an Ethernet connection. I even got a new router. Maybe it's not the best router, but I felt like it was better than my other one. But yeah, maybe I might have to just like make a habit of going directly to my modem whenever I'm streaming. But that's just not going to be an option if like my wife is home, because she's going to want the internet. Okay, so I think we've got all the magnets we need for the case itself. Oh, I just realized this is going to be really hard for the next step. Okay, so it looks like my internet's better. I see a little green icon. Okay, so we've got the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 magnets for the actual exterior of the case. John Bernard wrote, "Hey John, good to see you. It's a bit choppy, but not bad. Just tell the weather to be not so crummy." And, you know, I've tried. Like I've emailed the weather person, and they just don't listen. I like these white cases, but they just pick up everything. Well, hold on one second. I probably shouldn't be distracted with this, but it's bothering me because it's like a black piece. What's also crazy, it's going to be hard to see on camera. I don't even know why I'm even... John DeLeon wrote escalate. I don't think it's going to show. This is too zoomed into. Let me zoom out and then I just bring it closer to the camera. But you can't see anything. Never mind. There's no point. Only I can see it. But like, there's like the PEI sheet's like brown on my my 3D printer, and like sometimes it'll stick so well that it'll like embed itself into the material, and whenever you use like white, like it definitely does show up. Like in my previous build, I'll bring it out. So I'm still so happy with this. I took out all the parts already, but if you watch my previous stream, this was the retro ATX build. This is full ATX, and it's hard to see. It's hard to see on camera, but it picked up so much from the build plate. But I mean, luckily it's a retro build, so I think it's allowed to have a few imperfections in it. All right, so I'm rambling because I'm really like actually now. The fact that I had to use a screwdriver to install the other magnets, I don't know how I'm going to do it for this piece here. So I'm going to put this to the side for now. You know, let's just put it up on the way it's supposed to be. So that way you can, off camera, you can kind of like see it in its glory in a sense. All right, so I have to install magnets for the side panel. And let me just double check again the orientation of the magnets. So we know it's that way. Which means that the magnets themselves need to be installed this way. I think I'm thinking it that right. Yeah. So it's going to be like, so this is attracted to this, and so the orientation has to be pressed in that way. Okay, so I think we're good. So we're going to do opposite of the blue tape now. Let's go turn this around so you can kind of look at it from a good angle. It already looks pretty sick though. You know, it's funny with this mesh, you know, like you can see through it at certain angles, but then the moment it like goes at a certain degree, like it just becomes almost like a solid panel. And I really like how it looks. You know, for the micro ATX one, I did the gyro little hexagons for the infill pattern, but this one I used 20% rectilinear, and I think it looks so cool. Yeah, you can like see through it, and then just by rotating, it's almost like a solid. I like it. All right, so I'm rambling because I'm really dreading this. Because the holes here are not going to be as good as the holes there because I did print this out. I printed it out vertically. So we'll see how this goes. I really... My biggest fear is breaking this panel. But let's just go. We gotta just jump in, I guess. We already wasted enough of your time rambling on other stuff. So, fingers crossed. Man, I really don't think this might... Okay, I mean, it went in, but the problem is it's not in. Oh man, this is gonna be a little funky. Can I press it in with this? Let's see. See, it goes in, but not... Yeah, this might not work out the way I intended, actually. This is kind of a bummer. It's sitting a little proud. I think there must be like material in there. It's like sitting up like maybe like 1/2 mil. This might not work very well. I probably should have oh, that's odd. It's like it's still loose in there. Maybe I should just put more glue. We'll see. Luckily, with the way that the magnets work, they're not going to be like coming at each other, like perpendicular or like parallel to their magnetic force. They're going to be like kind of sliding in on each other. So maybe the pulling force will, like, well, I guess like if they are going to pull on each other, they have to kind of like slide away too. So you'll see when I bring it in. But let's try this other hole. This other hole went in a little too easy. Not very confidence inspiring, but I'll take that, I guess. That one went in really easy too. This is kind of worrying me now, but I mean, I did put super glue in there. Hopefully it stays. Having magnets pop out is not fun. All right, so let's just keep going. Maybe I'll put like a drop of glue on 2 sides of the wall. I only put one on the other ones because I thought maybe like I'd have to like redo them, and having only like one side glued would be helpful, but that's kind of a bad attitude. Maybe it's like you're like setting yourself up for failure. So let's change that and just go 2 sides this time. And we'll press this in. All right, so that's done. Now let's go ahead and glue up these holes. This is like the opposite of lubing a hole. Well, I guess it's like lube in the beginning, and then when it dries up, then it's not lube. That'd be like a really bad prank in real life, I feel like. Imagine going to the adult store and you have like a prank section, and it's like a lube that like doesn't become lube after a while. If y'all ever been to an adult store, I don't want to judge, but it's just so grody in there. Like I don't know if you remember like the COVID times when you had to be like kind of mindful of what you're touching. Like I feel like an adult store, then it's just like a COVID era the entire time there. Like you don't even want to be like breathing the air there. Or every designs writes nice. I like printing with hexagon honeycomb. And change infill angle to 30 degrees from 45 default. Oh, I need to try that out. I've never tried changing the angle for the hexagon. The way I manipulate the angle for these rectilinear prints, like you'll notice that these are you're not gonna notice it, but they're 45 degrees. But sometimes I'll just rotate the actual model to get like a pattern that I want. Obviously, that's not gonna be the case all the time, but like for instance, the front, you can't see, what am I even at? Basically, sometimes my prints will have like diagonal infill, but for this one I did rotate it so that it was like aligned, so it's actually all just like one like 0 degree angle, so that worked out. All right, rambling. Magnets, I think we have one more to go. And we can put the PC together. So right now, the one thing that I need to do is I need to install or put together the power cable. Sorry, not the power cable, the power button. And I don't know if I want to do that on the stream. It would involve me soldering, and we'll see. We'll see how we feel, because it would be nice to see it turned on, because the power button I put on here does have like a little LED on it. But for now, let's go ahead and test this this door panel thing. In my head, it works, but now that I'm looking at it, I don't know if it's actually going to work. Okay, so the magnets are all in. Those ones stick on at least. Yeah, that kind of works. And there's like a pube here. What are there? That's disgusting. Whose pubes are these? They're mine. That's probably like chest hair. But yeah, so the magnetic case panel kind of works. I'm sure I can like shove it. No, it's not coming out. But and it should theoretically just like come out the way it came in. Okay. Cool. That works out. And yeah, so you'll notice here, I think in the beginning of the stream I told you that this front panel is like concave. It's bowing in. But again, that's almost to our advantage, because then it means that there's like no panel gap in the front, because you normally in the middle of like your parts you'll have like slight bowing, and it sucks when it bows out, because then you have like clean part lines, and then all of a sudden it's like this like thick one. And it's happened to a few of my cases. Let's see, actually this one I might need to take apart anyways, but yeah, so it's hard to see. I can see it because it's in front of me, but there is like literally like maybe 1/4 of a millimeter bowing in the middle here. You can't notice. I mean, oh yeah, this case is pretty sick too. I like this case a lot. Basically, I'm happy that it worked out. We got the magnets in the right polarity, and already this looks sick. We can end the stream right now and be like, hey guys, thanks for joining in. This has been a sweet little case I made, but no, let's put it together. So let's go ahead and take off the panel. That's pretty satisfying, actually. So what's also interesting here, normally what I do is I put magnets perpendicular to the case, and there's nothing stopping it from going through. So technically, you could, no, never mind. There is something. There's a little screw hole on the corners, but you can press it in quite a lot. But with the only thing really stopping it from going in is just the magnets, and so luckily it's working out way better than I thought it would. Pretty happy with that. Pretty stoked. It's looking pretty good. Okay, so all the rambling. Okay, so let's go ahead and take this off. We don't need this for now. Let's put it up here. Actually, give me 1 second. I totally forgot that I was printing, and because it was PETG, I take off at least the top panel, and I want to cover it because I don't want dust to go in there. I'm in a garage, so this is like just a dusty environment, and so the more I can do to help getting dust in there, the better. All right, so we can start putting this thing together. Let's go ahead and grab the parts that we need in here. But I think I'm assuming I just put this pin back on to like not have it evaporate. Ooh, it's already starting to dry. I probably should have done that sooner. Okay, cool. This stream has not been brought to you by Crazy Glue. All right, so let's put that there. And now, where do we begin? Maybe motherboard first. Let's do oh my god, okay, there's a lot I have to do here. So don't laugh. This was a test bench that I made when I first got this printer. And this is what I've been gaming on lately, actually. It's kind of like you know, like I have a lot of cases, but this is how I've been gaming. But it's also nice because, like, I mean, it's a good baseline to know that, like, there's no case fans here. It's just open bench. And so whenever I put these parts inside another case, I can be like, was it better than before or worse, and by how much? And it's also, you know, for the most part, it's like a good indicator, like, was the case good in terms of thermals? And so we'll find out how this one goes. But I have faith in this one. I do have some concern because I didn't put any case fans whatsoever on there, that we might have some like heat buildup. But we'll see. Yeah, this is the RTX 3080 that I have. I bought it used for a really good price actually, because I thought it was dead. I built it in a few things. You'll notice there's like a lot of like white goop all over it. This is like thermal putty when I had it water cooled for like one of my other PCs that I did a video on. But yeah, we're putting the 3080 inside this thing. And unfortunately, like it does have like slight pass-through cooling. You'll see here there's little notches here. But it's not like the new cards where like literally there's like PCBs like this long and then the rest is just heatsink for air to go right through it. But I think it'll do its job for today. All right, so now we're gonna be we're definitely not putting in this cooler inside this case. That would be funny though. I don't think it'll even fit because I think the cooler extends past the actual motherboard, and so it's not even worth the laughs, because sometimes I'll like put in like components just to like get giggles out of it, but it's just not going to work at all. So no opportunity for giggles on this one. Let's go ahead and remove the fans from the heatsink. Yeah, this is the I think the Peerless Assassin. Really good heatsink. So if you're looking for an air cooler right now, I got this for like 35 bucks. For $35, like this will beat out like some AIOs, like water cooling kits, but obviously it's huge. But for the price, this is like a really, really good heatsink. Like it comes close to like the NDH Noctua or whatever it's called. All right, I'm busting out the overcompensating screwdriver here. I bought this thing as a joke. It was on sale. I think I saw it on Build a PCs, and it was like I think like $3, and I was like, yeah, I'm gonna buy that. Look at this thing. It's like you could like defend your home with this thing. All right, so I think I missed something here. So Evie Designs, that must be a luxury of having a big printer. LOL. Rotating the parts on the wide print surface. LOL. Yeah, I am spoiled. Like my first printer was like a 180 from like Monoprice, and then I purchased the Artillery Sidewinder X1, which was like a 300 by 300 by 400. And then when Cheaty Tech reached out to me and said, hey, like, would you like to have this printer, and can you just like do like a little short project on it? I'm like, yeah, sure, let's take this thing. Which is actually a really funny story for that one was that the night before I received an email from them, I was actually looking at this printer. I was like, man, that printer kind of like checks off all the boxes. And then I checked my Instagram, and they contacted me. It was so weird, like how that happened. Hold on, I need to think about this. What am I doing? I am removing the brackets for this CPU. Okay, yes. So I'm removing so obviously we're not using that cooler. So I'm taking off all the hardware for it. The CPU we're running today is going to be the 5800X3D. I'm not on AM5 yet. I mean, I don't think I'll be upgrading for a while. The 5800X3Ds are still, my opinion, like it's kind of like mid-pack, like maybe high mid-pack in terms of like performance. And so I really haven't been like, my games haven't been complaining, so I haven't really had the massive urge to upgrade. Nor can I really afford to do that right now too. So it's a good thing that what I have is like still fantastic. It's definitely like a first world problem situation. So 5800X3D. I've got this like funny. Let me finish taking stuff out of here before I talk about it. But I don't think I've ever shown this on the stream yet. But I got this motherboard from like AliExpress, and it's hilarious. This probably has like malware to who knows how far, but who knows. But I am running 32 gigs of DDR400. I think it's like 3600 rating. I've got like a 2 terabyte NVMe on one side, and then I have a 1 terabyte NVMe on the other. Excuse me. And let me see, what am I doing right now? So I need to take out the bracket, and these little spacers are really stuck on there. So let me grab my pliers. Grabbing the pliers because I need to yank these little spacers out. They're on there. Oh my god, I hope I don't like slip and like destroy this motherboard. How are these on here so tight? How did I even get them on? Wait, this is really confusing. How are these on so tight? If I can't get these out, I can't use this. I can't build the PC. Anyway, so while wait, no, I need to get these out. How am I gonna do this? Has anyone ever built with Thermalright coolers? Like, are they really supposed to be this tight? I'm kind of afraid to. They're just rotating, but they are stuck on there. Holy. Did I do it wrong? Whoa, I just broke it. Oh, that's a bummer. I mean, the spacer will still work, but it cracked. I mean, it was on there really good. That doesn't seem right. I mean, it'll still work. Obviously, I could 3D print a new spacer too, but that did not seem right. I'm probably going to break this one too. When I heard that crack though, I kind of like almost cried because I thought it was the motherboard I cracked. Because I am kind of yanking on this thing. I mean, theoretically, I should be able to just pull up on it. There's no, Okay, you know, I probably should have pulled up harder because I kind of torqued it to the right on that one. That was a bad move. All right, so I'm missing some stuff here. Okay, so Evie Designs wrote, that's neat. Any bracket notch that's stopping the panel to drop through. Yeah. Oh no, so you're asking a question. Yeah, there is a few screw holes on here that kind of stop the panel from going through, but right now it's really just the magnets kind of like levitating it. So not the best situation, but also a workable situation. So I'm okay with it. And then Percy Panleo, nice to see you here, Percy. Ooh, this looks pretty sick. Yeah, thank you. It hasn't even been built in yet, and it's already like making me smile. So I totally agree with you. MV Designs wrote, great, can't speak for others, but I'm not bothered by your ramble, so keep going. And then Percy says, yeah, +1 to that. So okay, I guess I'm allowed to ramble. In my other stream, someone was like, you're rambling. And I couldn't even be mad at them. Like, yeah, I am. Like, I apologize. Like, if this was like a presentation at work, like, I think I'd probably be fired. All right, so Percy, yeah, we're currently at a point where AIOs don't make much sense in larger cases just because of the price to performance difference. Oh, totally. Again, with the price of that cooler for $35 to be able to beat out like even some 240mm AIOs, like it's like, why would you go? But having said that though, that's a Thermalright cooler, $35, but if you've looked up their AIOs, they are stupid cheap too. Like recently, I actually picked up another useless AIO. It's a 120mm, but it also costs like $35. And I think their 240mm cost like $40. So it's like the value that Thermalright's bringing to the market is like so welcomed right now. I'm not even sponsored by them, but you should buy Thermalright. Okay, hold on. I'm trying to get this last one off, and it is really freaking me out because I'm like flexing the motherboard because of it. Maybe don't buy Thermalright. No, I'm just kidding. I will still stand by it. This is just a plastic spacer. We're in a 3D printing stream, and so if those spacers aren't to your liking, I may actually just go ahead and 3D print my own right now. But I'm not. Yeah, I mean, at the same time too, like it's one of those things where like I put PCs together and I break down PCs all the time, and so I think I am not the use case that the product should go after, because I mean, I think for the most part, most people will just build something and never touch it for like 5 years, which is like the ideal situation, unless you're just like rich and financially irresponsible by upgrading like every generation, which you really shouldn't be doing unless, again, you're rich. And also, if you can do that, kudos to you. That's awesome. All right. So I did design the case to work with the I/O panel, but you'll see soon. Basically, it'll only really work like if you have an APU or you go through drastic measures that I'll bring up soon. I actually don't even know if this will work. No, it should work. It should work. So let me just put this to the side for now. And let me take out this power supply. We're using the SF750. This is the first generation one, not the newer one, but I think it should still be the same. I'm not sure. I think the newer ones have like the new the 12 volt HPRW, whatever you call it, connector. Even though I do have that connector for this, but I know that the new ones do come with it stock. So in case you want to run like the newer GPUs, then you can have them melt on you. You know, it's always fun. Those connectors are terrible, by the way. Okay, so I'm just removing the SF750 from my little test bench here. I have it installed on like that SFX to ATX bracket adapter. But yeah, this is the test bench that I use. This is printed out in both PET, not PETG, but PET with carbon fiber. And then I believe this particular power supply mount is printed out in ABS glass fiber. And that was all from Cheedy Tech. And I mean, obviously the filament is tuned for their printers, but it's hard to see on camera that these prints are like awesome. But they better be awesome because the price for that filament is like almost like triple what I normally buy. So I obviously had some for the video I made, but I no longer have any because it's just I don't think it's worth the price. I think if I was at work and I needed like the accuracy and whatchamacallit, like the rigidity for prototyping, I probably would buy it, but no, not for this channel. And I don't sell my cases, so I don't have to really I don't have to worry too much about like the end user in a sense, but that material is awesome, but it's costly, but I think worth it. I'm not buying it, obviously. And so for this case, if you've watched my Steam Machine replica, I did show that it's very well possible to use the stock cables with a lot of time and effort to make it fit inside a case like this. But we are not doing that today because luckily, if you've watched my other videos, I've created a bunch of custom cables, and that's what we're going to use today. So I have a choice of a few. I may actually use I think I have to use the 12 volt CPU cable. This is the stock one. This is the stock platinum ones with the. I hate the braiding on these cables. I know some people are like they pay extra for the braiding. I'm like, you guys are silly. In the world of small form factor PCs, braid cables, they look nice, but they're just stiffer, and then sometimes having it stiffer is not always the best. Sometimes. But for this one, like these are custom cables that I made. I believe this one was for the ITX North that I created. So we're going to be using custom cables for that. And I think I might need to take some from this. This was from, these are really tiny actually, which is really cool because I think I made these for the very first version of the Freebeam. But look at it, like, it's just crazy the difference in size. Like this is the stock cable, and this is like the custom one I made. And look at that. Like imagine like how much nicer your cable management is going to be with a custom cable. I'm not saying everyone should have custom cables, but if you have the opportunity, you should just get custom cables. If you're already buying a power supply like this is the SF750. I think brand new when I got it was like 180. There's now like a SF like I think 850 and a 1000. If you're paying that much for a power supply, I think you can afford custom cables. So get custom cables. All right, so let me see. Let me scroll up. I've been rambling and not answering your guys' really thoughtful comments here. And Fundian is here. Really good to see you, Fundian. Hey. Fundian wrote, big things in small holes equals tight. Yeah, and then you can use super glue as lube. And then Percy wrote, only pull up. It's stuck on the back plate. Only pull up. Okay. Oh, yes, yeah. So you're talking about the spacers. Yeah, I should have really only pulled up, but I mean, I did pull up, and my God, these are all marred now. But you're right, though. Maybe you know what? It could be that the back plate I was using is like crappy. I mean, this is. Let me go over this again. So this is the. I don't even know how to pronounce it right. This is the Jingyu. Give me a second here. Yeah. So this is the. It's called the Jingyu motherboard. It's a B550 ITX. I got this thing for $80, right? Obviously it takes whatever RAM, but what's neat is it actually has built-in Wi-Fi. It's got one and a second NVMe slot in the back. What else? It's got the new USB 3.1 connector for the motherboard. One thing it's lacking, I mean, it's good and bad, is that it actually in some of the product photos it has like provisions for RGB, but this one has no RGB, so I don't know why that's different. And it's also quite weird. Maybe I shouldn't be saying it, but like normally, like when you buy stuff from China, they shouldn't have the battery installed. So I was already in my head, like I knew that whenever it came in, I would have to wire in my own battery, but they must have just like they said screw the import stuff. Let's just put a battery on here. So it made my life easier. So yeah, for $80, like it's a really funny purchase. Okay, so I'm gonna put this aside. I'm just rambling again. Actually, I'm gonna put it over here. All right, and what am I doing? So. Oh, we got the cooler off because we need to put a different cooler on. So you saw one case being disassembled, and now you're going to see another case being disassembled. It's just like a... I know I could have done this off stream, but again, like I literally just been nonstop printing. Let's see. Percy continue with, I had a similar problem when I swapped from the Thermalright cooler to another, but I was able to get them off with fingers with a lot of effort. Wow, you must have really strong fingers. Kudos to your wife or girlfriend or boyfriend or whoever you got. Fun Dine wrote, rambling is okay, at least it isn't dead air. For sure. Heavy Designs, Fun Dine is in the house. Yeah, Fun Dine is in the house. I'm really happy that you guys are coming back to these streams, and also like, I'm able to recognize your names, so that's a lot of fun. Really appreciate y'all coming back. And then Fun Dine says hi to Evie Designs. Travis wrote, I wish I didn't upgrade all the time. I ain't rich though, that's for sure. Yeah, I mean, you know, obviously like I have a lot of parts coming in. They're never really like high end anymore, but yeah, like none of my PCs really stay intact except for the streaming and video editing machine that we're using right now to stream. That I barely touched that one. Well, I did touch it because if you saw the photos for the retro build, those were parts from the streaming PC that I put in. I ended up taking it out because I knew that I was like, in my head, I'm like, maybe I'll just use the retro PC as my actual main PC. But I thought, no, I can't do that because I need the parts from the retro PC for a future build because it does use the Maker Beam extrusions. So I had to X that out. I had to put it back into like a conventional case. But I have so many plans, but one of them is to get like a permanent like super high airflow ATX case, but that'll be for the future because I do want to make another case with a 360mm radiator. I have one already. I'm just not like the most confident in it, and I also didn't like the color that it's in, so we're not going to use that one. But for a future build, you'll see another ATX with like really high compatibility for water cooling. All right, so let's see, where am I? Percy wrote, oh nice, the lack of I/O shield support is one of the biggest issues I have with the Steamy case. So again, it'll be the same situation again. You can install the you can install an I/O shield on here. I mean, silly me, I even put like, if you'll see in the CAD eventually, but there's even a notch so that you can, because right now if you were to do this with the thickness of these cases, it wouldn't have gone in. But obviously it goes in now, but you'll see soon that it means very little. This actually might have the same issue as the Steam Machine case, so I do apologize. But I mean, I'm designing for what I have, and so if people can utilize it, awesome. If they can't, I can't really do much about that. Let's see. Evie Designs wrote, SF850 comes with more flexible and shorter cable. Well, that's good. That's good. Shorter cables. Evie Designs wrote, girls listen to SUG. You're talking about I think the tighter Okay, so let's get this. So the whole point of this part of this video now is that I want to take out the CPU cooler from this particular build. If you haven't seen the stream for this one was a lot of fun. So this is this is the Housefire 3D print that I have, and I say that because it has a custom power supply on it, because normally the motherboard that you're seeing here is powered by an actual like external adapter. And so basically I did some research and did some trials, and oh my god, was there a bug in there? Anyways, there's a custom power supply in here. It's a 12-volt power supply, and it powers both the entire CPU, RAM, and motherboard, but it also provides power for this external dedicated GPU. So if you haven't seen this stream, just look through my playlist. This one was a lot of fun. Like, this is a 8-core, 16-thread AMD 5700G, I believe, and this is the RTX A2000. It's only the 6GB version, but even then, it's still, like, for the size of the card and for how much power it draws, it works awesome. So this is a really fun build. No external power brick, and I think this is less than like 6 liters or something like that, but a lot of fun. But it's coming apart. Yeah, if you actually watch the stream too, you'll see like I had a snafu in my CAD where I didn't take into account how large this power adapter was going to be. So on stream, I had to like bust out my soldering iron to like dig a hole for this, like for this to even work. So yeah, I mean, that's the whole point of these streams, though. You see everything live and raw. So I hope that when you were watching it, that was kind of enjoyable to kind of just, you know, see how I try to fix a huge blunder that I caused on myself. Okay, so let's go ahead and take this apart. And from memory, I think I definitely need to take out the GPU. How do I do that, though? Wait, I can't remember anymore, but I'm sure I have to take out the GPU. Or maybe I'm wrong. You know what? No, I think I can take out this motherboard without taking out the GPU. Let me just try something really quick. Yeah, so this one uses the X300W kit. It's not even ITX. It's called STX form factor, and I love this little system, to be honest with you. Like, I think I've built like maybe, I think 5 cases that I've shared with this channel just using this platform, because it's so cool. It's like you can use, again, like this is a 8-core 16-thread CPU. Like, what more could you ask for? I mean, I know it is just built-in graphics, but I mean, you can still play like Fortnite on it and stuff. So I think it's for a lot of people, it could really work. Let's see. Conton CE. Good to see you here, Conton CE. They wrote, would you recommend the 3D printer you use? How long did it take to get set up? I'm trying to get into 3D printing. So, oh, and it looks like I'm having like connection issues, but hopefully it's not too choppy. So Conton CE. I love this printer. But obviously you can see here I'm like a huge tinkerer, so I'm not afraid to like tinker and encounter problems and see how I can solve them. And so if you're open to like tinkering, and you come in with the expectations of knowing that like this printer is not going to be perfect, it can work for a lot of people. So like I knew that like from my previous experience with my other printers, they've always had tons of problems. This has had less problems, which is a really good thing. But what I really like about this printer is that I am not limited to what filaments I can use, because it is fully enclosed. There's a heated chamber inside here. The print bed is like 325 by 325. That's like double than a lot of printers out there. And so you can do a lot in here, and they even include like different types of nozzles. Like it comes stock with like a copper plated nozzle, which is good for like PLA and like normal PETG and like ABS that don't have like carbon fiber inside them. But for free. They include a hardened steel nozzle in there too, so you can like use pretty exotic materials in here. So I think the hot end goes to like 325 degrees Celsius, which means that like you have a temperature range that'll cover like literally like almost any filament out there. And so it opens it up. Quite expensive though. So I think when I reviewed it, it was over $1,000. It's now lower from what I last saw. Still a lot of money, but really you only want to get this if you need the print bed volume. Otherwise, I'd probably just like recommend like a Prusa, especially the new Core 1. I haven't used it personally, but I mean, I feel like Prusa has proven to the industry that they are trustworthy. And I'm sure it has its own little problems, but from what I've heard and from what I've like seen, like going through like the Prusa website, their support's going to be the best. So if you're not huge on tinkering, I think Prusa would be a good option. Normally, if you had asked me this like a month ago, I think someone did ask this past a month ago, and they were like, "What would you recommend?" And right away, I'm like, "Get a Bamboo Labs." But like recently with the new the changes they made to their software, and they basically they're trying to lock things out. I'm now fully hesitant on doing that because like for example, my wife has this little machine where she can make decals and like stickers and stuff. It's called the Cricut. And after experiencing the software in that hardware, like I fully like endorse things that are more open source now, because I'm an iPhone user. Obviously those are totally locked out, but I mean that's a different story. But for something like this, where like even with the Bamboo Labs, you're gonna have to do some tinkering eventually, and then basically if you have software that's closed out, you're gonna have a lot of problems. And so I've even found out that even though this uses Clipper, it has its own custom version of Clipper. I haven't done it yet, but there is an open source version that I can implement on here. It just takes a little more finagling, but I think later on I will make that change where it becomes fully open, because even though there's a lot of options you can change on this printer, it's on an older version of Clipper, and so the newer versions of Clipper have way more features and a lot more access to like certain stuff. And so the more open the better. So long story short, if you love tinkering, I love this printer. But if you want more like set forget type stuff, I definitely would recommend taking a gander at like Prusa. That was really long. But anyway, so let's go next one. So Fun Diane wrote, I just pre-ordered the Minis, is it Minis Form ITX board. I'm looking for a good horizontal case that can fit full size 3-slot GPU. When I get a 3-slot GPU, I'll definitely help you out with that. But theoretically, the Steam machine that I have posted, you will still again need this particular riser from ADT. But one thing though, this is only made for 2-slot. But I know that ADT makes like a 1-slot riser to turn this into a 3-slot. I've never tried it, but I know theoretically it should work. And there is provisions in the Steam machine to allow for a 3-slot. Won't be ideal, obviously. I think it'll be a total hot box in the Steam box, but if you were to print out the Steam machine in like a mesh, I think it'll probably do it. But for now, I don't have one that's a good selection for you, but I'm sure there's something out there. There's so many cool designs out there on the internet that you can find. Percy wrote, that one reminds me of an old Xbox 360 based Windows Media Center client that had a disassembled power brick just attached onto the side of the case. Oh. I mean, that's the way to go. I mean, when you think about what a power supply is, the same thing too, right? But yeah, but this one definitely was like the house burner. This is like, I mean, I love this case that I designed, but I fully understand why like there are reservations to actually committing to it. Okay, so I was right. So I'm able to take out the motherboard without taking out the GPU, but it might be smarter that I actually take out the GPU though, because I don't want to put tension on the riser cable that's on here. So I'm going to go ahead and remove the front IO, one of your NVMe slots into PCI Express. like 16, and so it's a really cool little adapter that ADT has, and it, yeah, basically allows you to attach a full-on graphics card to a system with no PCI Express slots. Yeah, imagine this is the NVMe type slot, and it converts into a PCI 16. Really fun. Like this project has been. This is a really cool project. I think my plan in the future is to make another one of this, but to make it way more sturdier and bulkier, so that, like right now, I wouldn't throw this into a backpack. Even though if it was a padded backpack, I still wouldn't do it. Just because when I designed this case, I didn't really take that into account, and so I think any type of jostling, not even just like shots, but jostling, I wouldn't be 100% confident in this yet. So in the future, I think I will have a more like robust design for that, which should be fun, because that way I can like actually put it in a backpack and like, you know, play Apex Legends at McDonald's. And so like whenever I'm losing, you know, I can just use the excuse that I have McDonald's internet and be like, hey guys, I'm normally really good, but because I'm playing at McDonald's today, we lost for the 8th time in a row, which is usually the case because I'm terrible at Apex Legends, even though I still keep playing it. All right, so Evie Designs wrote, Conton CE, start with cheaper ones. If it is your first printer. Bamboo Lab has good options, A1 and P1, but I keep seeing positive posts on Elegoo Centura Carbon. Yeah, I think those are really good. I think honestly nowadays, like a lot of these printers that are quote no name or whatever, like they're all pretty good now, because I think a lot of the cool features that we love about printers is kind of like commonplace now. Like there's like so many like Core XY versions now. They have like so many like built-in features. Like my other printer before this didn't even have automatic bed leveling. I had to like every print I almost had to like always tweak with the bed leveling because it was just on springs. But this one has automatic, and so it's just like there's so many like nice little conveniences that are now available on like pretty much any printer. So obviously I recommended ones that are pretty expensive, but I am only recommending them at the same time because like I don't want to steer you wrong. Man, this thing is stuck on here. So this is the aim for this particular IHS is like so sticky. Like this doesn't happen for my other CPUs, but for some reason my 5700G is always so freaking tight. Not a fun tight. There's a lot of fun tight that you can have in life, but this is not a fun tight. And it's not like normally like people recommend just like, oh, heat up the GPU. I mean, I'm able to move it obviously. It just has like a actual like fluid tension. All right, we're off. Wow, I caked this on. Hold on. Actually, I'm curious to see, like, I'm gonna show you what I have here. Like when you all install your GPUs, do you have like the? I think this is like on the same level as the Verge. Do you remember the Verge video where they put like thermal paste on there and they just like caked it on? I put a lot more than I should have on this thing. Probably didn't help its thermals, but yeah, look at how cool this case is. Oh, sorry, not case, but the motherboard. So this is the STX motherboard, and then this is ITX right over here. So obviously it's not like that much smaller, but small enough to make a pretty significant difference in terms of like how I designed for it. So really fun little. Wow, that should not have happened. I do apologize for people wearing headphones. That was loud, but I also hit my other motherboard. Well, hopefully I didn't kill it, but yeah, that's just the SUG stream. Sorry for that. Okay, so we've now got the CPU cooler that I want to use for this build. So let's go ahead and install it. But you know, I'm not going to be don't do this. But I'm not going to be using this case for long. And I'm kind of starting to run out of thermal paste. So what I'm gonna do is I have so much on here. I'm gonna take it off and just reuse it. Don't do this though. Like this is not what this has definitely become like a Verge stream now. So I have like, and that's a fair amount of thermal paste. No, I'm like debating, should I just be good and that's enough thermal paste. No, we're not keeping this case for very long. We're doing it for the live stream, and it's likely going to be taken apart because this particular motherboard is actually going to be used for my next build. It's going to be water cooled. I'll spoil it right now. It's going to be water cooled, so it's okay. This is temporary. I mean, it'll even work without one, so don't judge me on this. I know this is like really bad practice, but we're doing it. This is just a demo. This is demo. Okay, so I want the CPU cooler this way. And then I'm going to flip it over. I mean, it's not bad. It's not ideal. Again, don't judge me, but I mean, we got a fair amount of thermal paste on there. I think that it'll be good just for the demo. And the CPU cooler is so small anyways that like I don't think it's gonna make a huge difference. Let me turn this around this way. So it's at the top of the motherboard, or do I want it this way? Let's do it this way. Okay, so now I'm going to plop this on here, line it up. You know, the installation for this particular CPU cooler, I'm not the biggest fan of, but for the size, it does perform fairly well. I'm not so concerned about the temperatures too, because I think I know that for the Steam Machine build, I think I used the same CPU and cooler. I just basically I did some undervolting, and it like I didn't lose any performance, and it definitely ran way cooler. Still a little hot box, but I mean the 5800 X3D, no matter like how good your cooling is, it's gonna like always want to like hit the max temps anyways. Because I've had it under like a 360mm cooler, and it's the max temps were very close to each other. So let's see. Percy wrote, also fair enough with the design method. There's already a lot that goes into designing cases, so it doesn't really make sense to design for parts you aren't going to use. Yeah. But I think I could do better though. But I think what it is though is that for this particular build and the Steam Machine, that riser cable is really what kind of hindered a lot of compatibility. And so if I do get my hands on a more like conventional riser cable, then I think I can increase the compatibility in that end. But until then though, like I mean, maybe I will. I mean, like, what I'll do is maybe I'll post like a question on my YouTube channel community tab and ask like, what riser cables do you all have? That way, like, you know, maybe I can maybe buy one to match. Now that the stream has been sponsored by JLC3DP. Now we already put the plug in, so I think we're good on that. Okay, so we've got the Noctua L9A cooler over the 5800 X3D, and hopefully it's not dead after I dropped the backplate on it, but I don't think it's going to be dead. Now I have to figure out which port I want to use. I think it's this one right here. I'm really surprised too. This thing has like has 4 fan headers. Normally, like let's see, actually. No, so I've had like a high-end like Intel board that had I think like 4 as well, but recently the one I've been designing for only had like 2 fan headers on there, so I always had to use splitters and stuff. So it's really nice that this little cheapo board has like 4 headers on there, so it's really fun. Okay, so now I'm just lining up the motherboard in here, and let's just go ahead and screw it in. Again, I'm using M3 inserts for everything here, so I'm just using the nuts and the screws inside the M3 kit that I have linked in the description as well. And let's just go ahead and install it. I won't fully tighten it down yet because there is some wiggle room I want for when I install the riser cable for the GPU. But for now, we at least want it like stabilized in here, so that's what we're doing. Maybe these M3s are too small. I mean, it'll work, but maybe I should go bigger. We'll figure it out. Oh, there is one thing I wanted to do. There is like an order of operations for the cables for the back part here, and I just dropped a screw. One word of warning though is that the screws that I have linked in the description, these M3 kits, the silver ones are very weak in terms of magnetism, or whatever the term is for that. But yeah, they just don't really jive well with magnets. Like I like it when the screws are really magnetic, but these ones are kind of weak magnet wise. Okay, so I know I have to install this 12 volt CPU cable before I install the power supply because they kind of overlap over each other. Might be hard to see. Maybe I can turn it this way. Maybe this way. Okay. Yeah, because basically what's going to happen is I have a cable that goes into here for the 12 volt, and then I also do need to use this like right angle extension for it to meet up with the power supply, and it would go over. But I'm assuming I can't put this in once. I think I can't install this easily until if this was in the way, but that's just my assumption. That was going on in my head. Let's see. Evie Design wrote, anybody know PSU fans are intake or exhaust SF? So I have, this is the SF 750. I also have the 600. I used to have the 450 as well, but I sold it. And they suck air in and exhaust them out. So if that answers your question. So act as exhaust. So they will pull air out of itself and then draw air in. And obviously you can flip it over, but I think it was designed to have these fans intake air. Percy wrote, yeah, definitely. I was honestly really lucky that I had bought a clone of the riser card you have when I originally started my Steam Machine build in 2023. I'm bad at finishing I hear you though. Like finishing projects is like, you have no idea. If one day maybe I'll show like my file system for all the CAD designs I have for cases. So from the retro build that I showed last week to this case here, there was actually 3 other cases in between, and I just decided to like go with this one. But yeah, it's like it's really hard to kind of stay focused. For me, it is. I know I wish I had that superpower like some people that I know where they're just able to like focus and get stuff done, but I don't have that. So I'm just putting away this NVMe screw that I know I'm gonna lose unless I like actually put it in the actual part. Okay, cool. I'm not gonna lose that now. Okay, so we've now softly installed the motherboard, and I think we can move to the power supply. So hold on, I need to decide which cable I want to use for the whatchamacallit, the 12 volt, because I have a few options. So I know that I want this fan to face towards the outside this way. So it'll live like right around here. And let's see. This is the stock platinum cable. And it definitely will reach here. Okay, so that's good to know. That will reach. I also have another 12 volt here. Let's see. The shortest one is this one. Ooh, that's not going to reach. Okay, so that's not going to reach. And I think I have even shorter cables, but I don't think it's even worth checking. No, this is definitely not going to reach. Okay, so we're not using that cable. I think we're going to be using the stock platinum cable for this one. Kind of gross. Again, I'm not a big fan of this cable, but we got to do what we got to do. Okay, so we've got that. I'm just going to do like a soft routing. Yeah, that'll work. Okay, cool. So that's going to be there. And I don't need to decide I don't need to decide the GPU one, but I do need to get this extension cable in. I'll have links to the cables that I'll be using, but I think I need to put 2 cables because depending on which orientation you're going to be putting the power supply in, you might need like a right or a left hand version of this cable, but I actually don't even remember which one this is, but I'll put a link for both. They'll both work because I think when I designed this, you could flip it either way. But ideally, I think it's better to have it the way I have it right now. But I'll put up the link for that. But we are gonna now install this extension cable thing. Wait, is it even gonna fit? No, it should fit. It's fit before. Okay, it was just being a little funny. Okay, so it's in. And it doesn't really matter like what which orientation you have this part in. And I think I did use M3. Yeah, I did. Okay, so I think the 5mm bolts should work for this. Yeah, so this one's a really funky one because it does require a lot of hardware that's like not really conventional. So I know if you do you know, small form factor PCs, I think having like a right angled power cable like this is pretty common, but really this particular riser is kind of like the weakest part of this build because it is kind of a hard requirement. And it's not like something you can easily buy. I think I've only seen it once on Amazon. Let me see. So Percy, I'd like to ask you, where did you find the clone of that riser? Because I think I had to buy mine on AliExpress. I think that was the only place I could find. I think you can order it directly from ADT Link, but they wanted like the riser was like $30 or maybe 20, and I think the shipping was like $50. I'm like, no, I'm not doing that. Let's just take advantage of cheap labor and get it from AliExpress. I know it's awful, but I had to do it. Let's see. Percy wrote, non-ferrous magnets are always annoying. Yeah. Evie Designs wrote, what? Takes in from fan side, then exhausts out the back? Yes. So basically, for this case though, are you asking about this case? So basically, I'm just hoping that the air kind of like flows out. If you've seen the thermal like FE analysis done by is it the Winter 1 case? Look up the Winter 1 case. They did some like thermal testing, and they showed that like based on how the fan could be, it'll kind of like push air out from the side, and that's just the hope. Like obviously, my software can probably run those analysis, but I've never set it up. Like I've always relied on engineers to do it, and I'm not an engineer, so I don't do that stuff. But that's the hope, and we'll find out if it's like overheating or not. But based on my experience with like the Steam Machine, like I was gaming on that for like, I think I did like a testing. Basically, I did like 8 hours of like I think Cyberpunk on that thing, so it'll be fine. Yeah, I love it when I do my testing and it ends up being like a straight up like all day gaming session. But then a part of me doesn't feel guilty. It's like, wait a minute, no, I'm doing this for the channel, so like this isn't really play. This is work, right? It's just a really fun way to like justify like gaming all day. Right, so now you have to install these. It's hard to see on your angle, but I showed you before these little spacers. So one thing though, I know that I try to make everything M3, but the screws that go into the power supply. What is this? The screws that go into the power supply are 632, and so you will need some 632 bolts. And I think these are. I'll have them linked, but I think they are 1.5 inches. Yeah, I think these are 1.5 inches. And then they'll basically like allow the power supply to kind of be on like stilts in a sense. And the theory is that they will actually then help dissipate the air. In theory. But I just remembered actually the case, the STLs I'll be sharing later on are going to be different than what you're seeing here because I realized I must have like goofed sometime, and I didn't put a like a little recess for the power supply, because right now like they are like the power supply is like touching the side panel, and that was never supposed to be the case. It was supposed to have like, I think like 1/2 mil of breathing room, and it doesn't have it anymore, because I think just based on tolerances. So I basically beefed up the tolerance for the file. So when you do see the file finally uploaded, you'll see like a little recess just for the power supply. Right now I'm using tweezers to like kind of finagle this spacer in here. I'm sure there's a better way to do it, but I think I got caught rambling, and I think I just lost the spacer because I'm rambling. Man, I really kind of screwed that up. You know what? I'm going to give up on that really quick and just do the top one. Because I can find it later on. And really, I think we can get away with just like 2 just to hold it up in place. And then I'll retrieve that spacer to install the rest of them. Let me go ahead and get that out of here. Yeah, so there's a weird kind of like order of operations for this. I mean, but it can't be helped, I feel like. I think any case you have with the internal power supply, you always run into like this situation where you're kind of like fiddling with the power supply in one way or another. Like, if you saw my teardown of my Sliger case, like that case, like you can't really like get to the power supply until you like take apart like almost everything. And so if a case that cost me, I think I paid like 200 something for it, if that forces me to do that, then maybe this free case design that I'm sharing with y'all, I shouldn't feel so bad. All right, let's see. Evie Design wrote, same here, sticking to the project plans and finishing them is hard. But I hope I answered your question, Evie, about the exhaust pattern for this case here. Obviously it's not ideal. Wow, I really screwed that up by losing that spacer. I don't think I can even get to it anymore. Wow, I really goofed on that. I do apologize for this little delay. I really goofed. Hold on. How am I going to get to that thing? Okay, so the motherboard is slightly in place. I should be able to turn it. And then get my little spacer out. There it is. Okay. But it's good to know it's like stiff enough to like hold like that though. And that's always a concern that people always ask about. Just dropped it again. Maybe, you know what? Maybe, do I need it for this demo? Well, losing it's also not going to help. Well, I dropped something eventually. Okay, so, man, I think I really should have just, like, been focusing more while I was installing it. I don't think I need it. No, I'm being terrible. I need to just get it in there. Maybe I'll have to just loosen the top ones up. Let's just go ahead and do that. So right now I'm gonna loosen up the top supports. And then hopefully that gives me enough clearance to put this bottom one in that I've been struggling with for the last like 10 minutes, I feel like. So thank you for sticking around. Percy wrote, that screw does not like this case. Yeah, it's just the spacer, actually. The spacer doesn't like this case. You know, I could have actually 3D printed this as part of the bottom plate. I just didn't because there really isn't that much surface area. Especially, you'll notice that even the motherboard standoffs that are attached to this panel, there's very little surface area for the actual material to like grab onto or to stick to. And so I didn't mind it with the motherboard mounts because I know I've done that in the past before, and they're all kind of the same like small height, but because this is so tall, I wasn't really confident that it would like actually work, and so that's why I printed them out separately. And so now we're just dealing with the repercussions of me being cautious, I guess. But you're right, though. This thing does not like me. Yeah, it just... This is like kind of painful, but you know, like if this was a video right now, yeah, you would just see the final edit. And it's like all you do is you take the spacer and place it in, and then it's like next scene, it's ready, next one. But yeah, on those videos that I used to make, sometimes it'd be like literally like hours and hours of just like one screw. Sometimes, kind of like what you're watching right now. So I hope you somewhat appreciate this. I don't think it's fun, but it's the truth. So whenever you see like another YouTuber doing these builds and things look smooth, that's just like them not showing you how much they suffered to make it look smooth. But I should get to more editing, actually, or just get an editor. I don't know. Maybe I should just get an editor. Been thinking about it. I was talking with someone about it, but it ended up falling through. They couldn't provide something that I wanted. But in reality, though, like a lot of it is just the price too. Like, I mean, I don't want to like underpay someone. And editing is not cheap. Well, anything like creative is not cheap. You know, I guess or the part of it is too, because I am in the creative field myself. Like, I know that oftentimes in business, we're devalued as designers because like people just think that, you know, all we make is like fluff. And sometimes it's true. You know, I've met designers where it's like they do make just fluff, but when you're not making stuff that's fluff, it's quite difficult, right? So that's why I don't want to like just lowball the crap out of someone for that. All right, so we've got the power cable now in, and now we can, I think it might be a good idea to plug in my 24 pin. And for that, I'm going to be using this one here. Obviously, again, you can use the stock cables. I've shown you how to do it in the Steam machine. It's roughly the same amount of space, and so it's possible. I just don't want to go through with it right now. I think for that video, if you've ever watched it, I actually time-lapsed the cable management portion of that. And I think it was like 3 hours, I think it was. 3 hours of me just like cable managing, and it's not fun. Especially when it's like long cables, because like I had to like waste like, I think like, it's not much, but it's still a waste, like 10 zip ties when I had to like redo stuff. I think I spoke too soon. I don't think these cables will reach. Hold on, maybe I can flip it around. No, I can't. What did I do? Hold on. No, I swear I had this planned out. I don't want to use the stock cables. I really don't. They're so long. I think I have to just flip around this. I'm going to flip around the power supply. I think it'll give me enough. Yeah, I'm going to flip it around. So I take it back. It's going to be intaking air from the other side, which is the same thing, to be honest. Like, so you're just going to have to watch me struggle with that stupid spacer again. But what I'll do this time is I'll put the spacer in before I put the power supply in. It'll make life easier for me, and also less frustrating for you all to watch me fiddle with this darn screw. Let's see. Percy wrote, "It's fun to watch at least. Much more interesting than watching a build that goes perfectly." Maybe, yeah. And then Catalina DeLeon wrote, "Good to see you, Catalina. Be honest, I think you're having fun. Yes, you have not posted a full-length video in a while. I really haven't. But yeah, I mean, in honest truth, this is so much more fun than actually like making the videos, like talking with everyone and like sharing laughs and stories. Like, this is 100 times more fun than the videos. Because in the videos, yeah, I'm just like staring at my screen, my eyes bleeding for like hours on end, just like looking at a stupid timeline. Versus this, like, this is just like, I would be doing this with or without the camera. So this is kind of just like what I like doing, just fiddling, and now I get to enjoy it with everyone here. So thank you everyone for joining. So that was a lot easier if I just put the spacer in before I put the power supply. But yeah, so that's like a tip. Maybe if this was a video, I would be like, before you put the power supply in, make sure you put the spacers in the proper orientation or whatever, and then that little section would be like 5 seconds at most, instead of I feel like I wasted like 10 minutes of your time just fiddling with that stupid screw. Percy wrote, "Oh dang, yeah, that doesn't sound fun." And Evie Designs wrote, "Editing sucks. I tend to change a lot of stuff when doing the edits, then loses my momentum and end up not finishing anything." You know, totally. Like, half the time I'm just battling with like, should I just go back in the garage and like set up my lighting again and retake that shot? And it's like, I guess maybe it's my personality, just like it hurts me to think about that. And so yeah, I totally get what you're saying there. Yeah, so by flipping around the power supply, having it face the other way, we can now use this cable. Actually, maybe, no, I have the measurements for this in my other build, so I'll post it. But basically, this is the same measurements that I have for the first Freebeam case. But look at that. Like, I mean, custom cables is the way to go, people. Like, imagine this little routing versus... No, I'm actually speaking too soon. But anyways, but look how much cable I would have had to like zip tie down if I used the stock cable. If you're rich enough to afford an SF750, you should be rich enough to afford custom cables, people. That's like a kind of a terrible attitude, but stick with it, I guess. Okay, so let me go ahead and try to finagle this out of the way. Ooh, I might need to tie this down somehow, because this will definitely interfere. Wait a minute. I screwed up. You gotta be kidding me. I didn't put enough clearance for the freaking power connector. Oh my god. Wait, how is that possible? Oh my god. Okay, so the CAD has to change a little bit then. So basically, I didn't put enough clearance for this power cable for the panel to sit in there. That's like a major F up. Well, that's what you get in for the streams, but I mean, I could bust out the soldering iron to make it happen, but that is freaking annoying. What? That's so annoying. No way I screwed that up. Well, that's what happens when you have a free case that you design within a few days. Okay, that's we can tackle it. I think we can tackle it for this stream. We'll tackle it. We'll treat it the same way we treated the what do you call it? Do you remember the soldering iron to that little guy over there? So it's gonna have to happen again. Unfortunately, I do apologize. That sucks. Man, how did I miss that? I swore I put in the model for it. I just rushed. Okay. My apologies. But we'll fix it though, just watch. Alright, so now I'm gonna install the 12-volt CPU cable. And after looking at this, I think the GPU bracket that I made will not work. And if it does work, it's gonna require some like heavy finagling. If you don't know what I'm talking about, it's this guy right over here. The idea was that it would go over here. I mean, it does work in a sense, but not the way I thought it would. Okay. Well, that's a little embarrassing. But I mean, it's expected. I mean, again, this is a dry run, and what you're seeing is the process. So I hope you can learn from it, and I hope you can also just appreciate when you actually do have like a final thing that I share with y'all, because these are like the trials and tribulations that you don't often see when you're seeing these pieces being built. Okay, so now I've got those power cables in. I think we can install the video card now. I think. Yeah, I think we can. I'm just going to move this to the side really quick. And so again, so when I do upload the files, you'll have this one that I'm using right now, and and basically I'll have another file that can accommodate for larger video cards that are taller, like the 5090. And so you won't have to use the power cables that I'm using, because I bought these little funky little 90 degree or 180 degree adapters, and I'll be using them for this build because I can. But the version for the 5090 is definitely a lot taller, because you also notice that there's like a fair amount of space above the GPU for that file, because I did leave enough clearance for that stupid cable that they use, that 12 volt horsepower thing that they use. So it's definitely gonna be a taller case. It's like, again, I think it's like 40, 46 or something like that. So it is definitely taller. But we are now going to be installing the cables for the GPU. Let's see. Heavy designs for us. No worries, they are magnetic. And Catalina wrote, "What will you do? I'm literally gonna melt whatever part I need to melt off. So you're gonna see some melting happening in this stream." And then Kat wrote, "Potato steam, bro." It's true though. It is kind of potato stream. You know, we've even had like connection issues again with this stream. I don't know if you've seen my other streams, but there was one I had to like straight up just like stop because I just straight up lost internet, and it was like kind of sad that I had to like stop the stream, like not even with my own choice. It was just like, no, my internet's like dying. I was getting like 30 kilobytes upload. I think the only thing that was coming up was like my voice, which is not the best, but yeah, potato stream indeed. Okay, so we've got the riser cable on here, and now you'll see why I'm not going to be using the I/O shield. This is the same situation again for the Steam Machine, in that like this combination can really only work for a few motherboards and a few video cards. Actually, I think this one might not even work. Oh my god! Well, I didn't really test it. I know I have one motherboard that'll work for it, but this might be like the next version of the fail. I think it's happening right now. Ish. Let's see. So it goes in, but you'll notice that it's like resting. Let me zoom in here. This is the same situation as the Steam Machine, where the clearance for the video card and the motherboard is so I guess restrictive, in that like it really only works for a few combinations. And I got really lucky with this one in that in most motherboards, if you go online and search like the issues about this, most motherboards will have this area populated and you can't use this combo. So luckily this one works along with the other motherboard I have, but it's actually quite rare for it to work. I think the person who introduced me to this little technique or combo or whatever you want to call it, his name is Saper L or something like that, but he's the guy who designed the Saber Sentry cases, and he was like basically telling me that like, hey, like there's a riser cable that you can look into that can make things pretty low profile, but the problem is it definitely does not adhere to like the keep out zones that ATX uses. And so I guess we're seeing that again, but I got lucky in that this particular motherboard can actually work with it. There's definitely contact with the stereo ports or connections. Where's my screwdriver? There it is. Actually, no, I don't want this one. I want this one. But it works for this one though. But there is another option. I mean, I can talk about it right now. So basically, you do see these mounting points here. Let me just move it. You see mounting points here. Maybe I'll add another one down here, but there is an opportunity for you to essentially just take out this back plate. It's the same thing that the actual Steam Machine does. So the real Steam Machine uses the riser cable like this, and then they basically take off this stock I/O plate, and then they put their own on. So yeah, so Evie Designs, to your point, you could just 3D print your own I/O for it, and then that'll just open up any video card for this. But there is definitely more work on that, and but maybe that would be kind of an interesting stream to kind of like show how I might approach that, where like I design a new I/O for this video card. I mean, what do you guys think about that? Or maybe we just like drop using this riser cable. Because honestly, like I think if I were to just use like one of the flimsy ones, this is obviously like a hard riser connection. If I use one of those, I'm so dumb. Hold on, I should have installed the darn the power connectors first. All right, we're going backwards again. Yeah, you wouldn't see this in the video. You'd just be like, and then you install the power connectors first, and then you just install the video card. No, you're seeing it raw live again, and you're seeing all the blunders. So how many fails have we had this stream so far? I think we've had like, the first one was let's see, the first one was this, and now I guess this is the second one. No, the what do you call it? The screw. The screw was that was the Evie just brought it up. The screws were a fail. Gosh, y'all are just seeing it all today. But again, my biggest thanks for joining it. I mean, I wouldn't do this. I guess maybe I would still do this if no one was watching, just so I at least have it recorded. Because I think I did have a stream in the past where it was super short and super quick, and I didn't even bother to wait for like anyone to show up, and I just went at it, and I didn't even announce the stream too. So no one showed up, but I mean we still got it done, and I still finished the stream. It was for the no, I take it back. No, people were there. What am I saying? Because I remember people made fun of that fail one too. There was a lot of fails in that stream, and again, right now I'm like battling this little I/O situation. Wait, how did I get it in last time? I don't get it. What did I do different? Give me a second here. Let me, does the motherboard need to be loosened up slightly? I don't think so. I don't think I even tightened it yet. Okay, so let's try this again. Why are you fighting me now? We were friends like 3 seconds ago. No, it's just really finicky. I mean, it's in. You heard the click. Okay, we're in. And now let's bolt this down. So right now you'll notice that like when I designed the steam machine, I provided like a screw, like kind of a supporting point for the video card. And for this one, my hope was to use this little power supply shroud as kind of like the supporting bracket for the GPU whenever it's in its vertical mode. But right now, like there's definitely like weird tension happening while it's sitting on its side here. Let's see. Evie wrote, 0 fails in my opinion. Oh, thank you. You're too nice. Percy then wrote, I feel like the motherboard I'm using for my Steam machine was designed with these risers in mind. There's a giant gap at the edge. Oh, nice. That's awesome. Yeah, I mean, I think it'd be really cool if it was just like, if this was moved literally like 1 millimeter over. There is space for it too. There's like I want to say like 5 millimeters in between the towers there. And actually, am I like torquing this? I probably am, but it's okay. Yeah, so we've got that in, and now we're going to be taking the super short PCI Express cables and then installing them now. You know what? Now this is another situation where I should have installed these cables too while I installed the adapter, because now I'm kind of fighting it again. Let me see if I can put something in between there so to kind of hold it in place, because there is still an air gap in between the adapter and the case. So cool. Now I'm able to press it there. This is not PCI Express. Let's see. And let's see. Fun Dian wrote, "No failure means no learning." Indeed, indeed. I hope that these streams and my videos like kind of inspire people to like do their own things, and also just like again like to the point where like you finish your projects even though you're gonna meet like an endless amount of hiccups along the way, kind of like when you try to install a cable backwards like I did right now. And so yeah, I hope that it does that in terms of like inspiring people. Okay, I'm gonna install the power cable. Did I really just goof again? Give me a second here. Here's a question I wanted to ask. Okay, let's see. Let me read the rest of the comments. So, Percy wrote, "Although it's FM2+, wow. So the best CPU I can get, if I can put in, it gets severely outperformed by a Steam Deck, and I have no M2. Oh no. Though I do have, a Ryzen 5 that'll upgrade to it once I find a cheap AM4 motherboard." Hey, again, this is $80, so. And then Captain Merc wrote, "Just came back from lunch. This build is looking good. Thank you. You missed a lot of the blunders, so it's a good thing you had lunch." You didn't have to watch like what do you call it? Me fiddling with a screw for like who knows how long. I almost had a blunder right now. I think I miss. Hold on. Wait, maybe I want to change the location of that power cable. I think I do. One second. I have to move some of the cables around. See, this is like, I mean, I like cable management, but it does get tedious. I know like sometimes I've gone through the length of actually like putting my case into like CAD and like literally like going through like what I want done for the cables, but that can only really go. So hold on one second. I need to pause here for a moment. Because I flipped around the power supply, I'm now having to approach these cables a little differently, to the point now I may want to actually use my longer cables, these guys here. I think it has to happen. All right, you saw blunder number what, 69 now? All right, so we're getting rid of the shorter cables, as nice as they are, and we're gonna go for the longer ones because I have to snake these cables around because that little shroud that I made, with the way the cables were aligned, it just wasn't going to work anymore. So we're going backwards a little bit, but now we have a little technique to like support this adapter, so I can press against it and it won't pop out. So that's good. So one cable's in, and then wait, is this the right cable? This is not the right cable. This is the right cable. Okay. It's funny how close like the 12 volt CPU cable and the PCI Express cables look to me. Maybe it's just a me problem though. Maybe no one else has that issue. Alright, so I'm going to be installing the PCI Express cables now. I guess I wanted to ask, we've gone on for a while. We're almost at 3 hours, and I do want to give my greatest thanks for everyone sticking around. But do we want me to solder in the power button and see it turned on? Because right now I could turn on with a screwdriver, but I'm putting the question up to you all. Do you want to see this with its power button installed? Because right now, oh, I still need to cut up that case panel to make this fit though. So the idea was, this is like kind of like super last minute thought, but I wanted this PSU shroud to kind of go here and help support this video card. But I'm like, now that I'm fiddling with it, I need to like think about it more. It's not working. But the idea was that this little shroud here would hold up the weight of the GPU, and I think what it needs to be done is that this needs to be anchored on, actually not just, I thought gravity would be enough to kind of hold it in place, but the tension from these power cables is just not allowing that, unless I just, maybe I just bust out some zip ties to make that happen. Percy wrote, another thing with I/O on mini ITX boards that I've noticed is that a lot more recent boards have moved the CPU power connector to a spot where they have to push the I/O towards the PCI side. Hold on. Have moved the CPU power connector to a spot where they have to push the I/O towards the PCI side. I don't understand that. I'll probably see a diagram or something. Evie wrote, let's finish it strong if you have the energy. I have the energy. I mean, like, I'm kind of free for the rest of the day. I'm just curious, like, what you guys feel. But I guess maybe I just keep doing it with or without you all. But, okay, so what I'll do, actually, I think this can work. The tension of the cables is actually what's stopping it right now. So I didn't want to bust out the cable ties, but I'm busting out the cable ties for this. So let's go ahead and do that. And then, and y'all, I mean, I don't mind running the stream without anyone here, but we are going to be wiring up this little power switch that I got for it. I think it's a pretty good combo. I was trying to find a white one, but the white one wouldn't come in till like next week, and I really wanted to do the stream today. So I think the silver one's okay still. What do you all think? I think it's okay. And then Fun Diane wrote, solder it in. And then Percy wrote the 4.8. Yeah, so I mean, I know what you're saying, Percy, in terms of like which connector you're talking about. I just don't know where like you're thinking it would be. But yeah, maybe I'm just not understanding. It's a me problem. Okay, so yeah, this is the cable right here. And Captain Mark wrote, I ate for the both of us. Yeah, I'm really bad. Like I did not have breakfast yet, so I'm skipping both lunch and breakfast. But I'll pig out after the stream. This stream. I'll probably eat like straight up garbage food too. But I think the silver's not bad, right? Yeah, I think Percy wrote, it looks pretty good. I think it looks pretty good, and I think it'll look even better when it's powered on and you have the white LED. So, but while I yammer out that, let me go ahead and grab some zip ties really quick. Give me 1 second. Zip ties. I have these really cool ones. They're like reusable. They have a little like clip on here, but I don't have many of these, and I keep these mainly for like my power cables. I should get some that are smaller. So basically, a lot of these are just reused zip ties. I just like cut them. It's really funny. I have like tons of zip ties, but I don't know why I keep reusing them. Maybe I'm just like a cheap hoarder, and then I have to waste time like pushing out like the little nubs that are like stuck on here. Okay, so enough about that. I think first what I need to do is I need to, maybe you can't see it. There we go. Maybe it's a better angle for y'all. But this cable needs to be kind of pressed down, and in order for me to do that, I think what I can do is actually provide tension between the cable itself and the, man, these cables are so stiff. The platinum cables, they're like fighting me. Stop fighting me. But it'll hold up the video card at least. Okay, so I'm gonna pull this cable towards this post right over here. So let's go ahead and try that right now. I think it works in my head. We're gonna find out together. And then I'll deal with the soldering right after. But, man, you're gonna laugh what I'm gonna do too, because I think I've talked about it before, but I actually do have a pretty good like soldering kit. But I keep using this like one like half dead soldering iron for actual soldering, which is like really terrible. Okay, so I think I gave that enough clearance. So if you saw, basically I this cable that's coming out for the C14 connector for the power supply, it was kind of like bulging out a little bit, and so basically what I did was I just kind of tied it down towards this one post. Maybe if I lift it, you'll see. Yeah, so basically just kind of zip tie it on here. And I won't cut the zip tie yet. Maybe I'll do it later. Let's leave it there for now. Ooh, but I did put tension on it, but it's okay. I think the case will handle that. All right. Oh, no, that's really not going to work. Man. Okay. Well, I think that'll work. Well, I can't even test it because the stupid connector's in the way because the designer screwed up here. My God, this designer that we're having to deal with right now. Freaking goofball. Okay, so we've got this one tied down, and now I want to tie down these ones. I think all I'm going to do is just bundle them. I think by bundling them together, it should allow this little shroud to kind of fit. Well, theoretically. A lot of theory here. What I also could do is just hog out material away from here so that it kind of like stays out of the way. But for now, let me just zip tie this little bundle together, and hopefully it helps. But let me go ahead. You know, maybe I'll have to bundle it in 2 places. See, I'm telling you, cable management, it's just a lot of like thinking. And you're also lucky that I'm not doing like custom cables for this right now because that would take even longer. Okay, I'm not gonna cut it. No, I'll just cut it. I'm like trying to be thrifty. I cut my zip ties straight to like produce a straight cut. I've seen like Instagram videos where dudes like cut it like this. Well, they'll come at an angle, so then all you're left with is like this freaking super sharp zip tie that's like going to impale like any finger by it. It's just like straight demonic. All right, so we've got one part of it bundled over here, and you can't see. This is where I kind of missed my old camera setup where I had an overhead. Let me see. I don't think you can get an angle at it. I'd have to like raise the camera or like build it like this. So basically, I bundled it in the middle here. And the whole point was to try to keep the cables away from the power supply. That's actually a very good angle that I showed. All right, and now I'm going to just bundle this other part so then this time it stays like away from the video card or away from the shroud. And I think if I grab this and let me see. Sorry, I'm just trying to think this through. Probably a lot easier without the video card in the way. I should have done this before. If you actually watch a time lapse for my Steam machine, I also had to kind of like redo stuff, but I had to like take the video card out in order to continue. Just goofing. That's all it is, just a bunch of goofing. Okay. Now I'm gonna cut this zip tie. Let's see. Percy wrote, most boards that don't have the CPU power in that spot tend to have a pair of USB ports at the corner, allowing them to keep the rest of the I/O without compromising on port selection. Oh, is that what you're talking about? The are you referring to like I have the power cord kind of high up in the corner here versus like it more towards the middle? Because I know like I think so. My power 24 power pin is like near this corner, but normally like in my other motherboard it's like in the middle here. But in the middle instead I have the USB 3.1 and then the USB header. I think that's what you're talking about. Could be wrong. Okay, so let me go ahead and continue with this, and let's see. Let me do a dry fit really quick. I don't think I still think it's not working. No. I really need to tie down the bundle towards the other side of the... How would I do that? Maybe if I zip tie it all together. I'm just throwing zip ties. This is like a duct tape analogy, you know, like if you want to fix, just add more duct tape. This is exactly what's happening. No, I need to think about this a little clearer. Ideally actually what I would love to do is to have the zip tie anchor on this one motherboard mount. Let me see if I can do that actually. I might be able to. Okay, so I see the other part. Let me grab my tweezers to grab the zip tie so that I can loop it. I think this will work actually. I think I have the other end. You're like now witnessing like the deep end of case building that nobody really wants to show. You know, you see all those videos with like the super nice case. I mean, I've done it too, obviously, like where the cabling is like nice at the end, but in reality, like I just go through hours of this, and then to that point, I do feel a little hungry. I do have a banana nearby. Maybe I should just eat that. Okay, but anyways, I have the zip tie from the motherboard, and my hope is that by tightening it, I can have the bundle kind of closer to the other side of the case. And let's see. So let me just prop it up. So yeah, so I took this zip tie here. It's hard to see with the lighting, but you can see part of it kind of snaking in the back of the motherboard over here. So I have it behind this post, and so it allowed me to basically pull the cable bundle towards the interior of the case and not out. And again, the hope for that is that it gives me enough room so that I can take our little PSU shroud, well, once that little zip tie is out of the way, and then have it. Yeah, so now that's actually how I wanted it in the first place, to have that CPU shroud to kind of slightly hide the cables, and then also at the same time give another point of support for the GPU, because the GPU obviously is resting now on the shroud, and then on the screws over here, the riser, and and even my stereo ports. And then cantilever, I want to see the power button installed. Okay, so then now that we've got this handled, let's tackle the power cord, and then the last thing we have to tackle is the whatchamacallit, the soldering of the power button. Oh no, the cutting up of the case. But for now, I'm seeing a lot of bending happening here because we don't have the brace on here, so let's go ahead and install that brace. And I think I need to use a 8mm. I think it's an 8mm. Let's see. Could be wrong. I know it goes all the way through, or maybe it doesn't. It does not. Okay, so maybe it's the 5mm. All right, we're gonna grab the 5mm, and let's see if we can get this installed here. Yeah, so this brace is just to avoid. You'll notice that there is like the part is coming in this way in here. I think it's a tension from the actual power connector, so that's gonna be an ongoing battle, I think. And now that I think about it, maybe I should take off the zip tie and try to snake it to the other post, because it's still kind of protruding out. Oh, cable management. Some people do like cable management, though. I think it's kind of like those people who like video editing. I think it just comes with like a personality trait. Like I don't know. I just don't like things that are like tedious. Even though you just watched me install like 20 plus screws in here, or heat inserts. All right, yeah, you know, this is bothering me enough that I'm gonna do it. I have to cut up this zip tie. Actually, let me show you a little funny trick. So if you have a zip tie that's not like replaceable, sometimes you can just take the zip tie. Let me see if you can zoom in. I don't recommend this because obviously it compromises the strength of the zip tie itself. But if you have the zip tie, you back up or go forward? Forward. Okay. So you have the zip tie here, right? If you squeeze it together like this, sometimes you can like get it to release, but I'm not getting a good angle at it. But yeah, if you squeeze it together, you can generally have it come apart. This one's oh, there it goes. So like, yeah, so if you just keep squeezing, you can pull it off, because what's happened is that it like kind of deforms the zip tie to the point where the little, like, I don't know what it is, the little latch that's on there basically just kind of comes off, because what it does is that you have like a square circle in here, and when you take the zip tie and you squeeze it enough, it'll actually ovalize this square and then disengage that little latch, and then now you have like a zip tie you could technically reuse again, but just know it is definitely a compromised zip tie now, because you have like put stress on the material of the zip tie head, and so like don't Well, I guess you wouldn't be using zip ties for mission critical components anyways, but just know that it's never going to be as strong as it was before you deformed it. Okay, so now I have to take another zip tie and see if I can snake it underneath that one post that's way below there. But will that even help me? Maybe it won't even help me. Maybe what I need to do is like anchor it to this cable here. Yeah, so you're just witnessing cable management right now. Again, like, thank you for sticking around. Let's see. Zip ties are cats confirmed. Explain that. Like, is it like their versatility, or what is it? What is that? This zip tie's not long enough. Do I have a okay? This is slightly long. You know what? I am being terrible. I have like a whole pack and you was give me like 30 seconds. Maybe while I'm grabbing that, it's time for you all to stare at the leg lamp. You can see my drill press back there. And then let's zoom in on the leg lamp. Boom. Oop. Not a good zoom. That's good enough. All right, I'll be back in like 30 seconds. All right, I think that's less than 30, but we got new longer zip ties over here, so let's get this show on the road. Y'all have been nice enough to stick around, so we're gonna see this through. Okay, we got some new longer zip ties, and my goal right now is to take the zip tie and try to anchor this thing down. And I think I can achieve that by, is it going under this? Let's try this. We're gonna take this and anchor it to the other end. Will that even help me? I don't know. What I could do, I've done in the past, is that I've actually made custom extensions for this. Maybe that'll be the last resort. I think I actually still have the parts to do it. I don't know if I do it right now for y'all. Y'all already been nice enough to me to see me fiddle with this. I don't want to subject you to any more than you've all nicely stuck around for already. All right. Man, I'm struggling with this. But you know, this is one of those situations where I should have just done the cable management before I added more parts. So I'm making like life harder for myself right now. And harder for you to watch as well. Man, this is really... Cable management is such a bane. I'm just like sitting here staring at this thing, hating it. But you know what? I feel like I need some like I need a dopamine hit. So we're gonna install this stand because I need to feel like I accomplished something right now. Wait a minute. Did I screw up? I think I screwed up again. No. You're seeing the 100th blunder for today. I think I may have spec'd out the wrong screw for this stand. My goodness, I hope not. Let's see. Oh, thank goodness. Never mind. I just didn't have one in silver. All right, so because I wanted something accomplished while I needed a mental break from that. No, this is also wrong. This is too long. Wow. The other ones were too short, but now this is too long. Uh-oh. There's this one. This one's too short. Oh my god. I am just... This is going to be an interesting stream. Let's see if this even works. But this stand, I think, is... To me, it's optional. I mean, I don't think... Oh my god, no, this screw is Definitely not gonna work. Wow, you just witnessed another blunder. What was I thinking? Did I move my model up? You know, I may have moved the model while I was like... No way. That sucks. Wait, no, this one will work. What am I... Being silly. It's right there. Okay, cool. Alright, it wasn't a blunder. It was just me being a goofball. Alright, so Van Percy wrote, cats have a reflex to unclench their jaw if the back of their neck is squeezed. What? I like that. I mean, it totally fits, but I never knew that. I learned something today. Thank you, Percy. How do you know that? That's hilarious. Maybe I'm just... I actually even consider myself a cat person. I don't even know that. And I feel like I have like a whole treasure trove dumb facts in my head that I... Oh no, hold on. Maybe this is a blunder still because I think my eye-to-eye measurements are off. It's kind of like... They ate like... If they saw like tuna in a can, they thought it was their food. They would do that. But for the most part, they never really like begged for the food that we were eating as humans. But I've met cats where like they're like essentially dogs, you know, they're just like if you're eating, they want to eat that too. But I was lucky that my cats were they just liked their wet food, their expensive wet food. All right, quick dopamine hit. That's the stand for it. It's pretty sick, I think. Look at it from this angle. Yeah, it's not bad. And also, basically, the idea was that it lifted it up and it allows that little like airflow thing I was talking about with the power supply. You know, maybe the cable is okay the way it is. You know what? Let's tackle the power button because we'll deal if the cable's in the way. We'll deal with it. But right now, I'm growing very tired of it, and I'm kind of over it. So where is that power cable? The power switch. There it is. It was hiding. Okay. So this is the power switch. It's got 4 prongs on it. There are certain ways to wire it so that, for instance, what was it? Basically, like you can control whether or not the power switch is always on, which is what I'm going to be doing. But you could also have it so that it's a part of the switch itself in that it'll only turn on when this switch is activated. And so I'm not going to do that. I'm going to just have it wired separately from the switch itself. So 2 prongs are going to be just used for the momentary like closing of the circuit for the power switch. Nothing fancy there. And the other one is I'm going to be just installing a negative and a positive lead to where the LED power on is for the motherboard. Now, this is supposedly a 12-volt LED inside here, so I'm assuming they have like a resistor for the LED, because normally LEDs range from like what is it, like 3 to like 6 volts, and so we're almost doubling that. But in my other cases, give me a second. So yeah, so this one's kind of the same thing. So it's a switch and it has an LED in it, and this is also rated for 12 volts as well. But it was the power coming from the motherboard was enough to power it, so I'm just gonna roll with it. I'm sure that the overall brightness for the LED is probably not at its maximum, but to be honest, it's already super bright to begin with, so I'm not concerned. So if that's gonna be the same case for this, I just want this white ring to light up. That's all I want. So fingers crossed we get that. So let's go ahead and start soldering. You're gonna laugh. So basically, if you watch my other videos, I used to use this soldering iron for heat inserts, but it is like the tip for this. It is like completely mangled. I'll put it maybe right down here, but if you can see, it's almost like a little claw. It's so messed up. And I actually have like a full like rework station and everything. I just don't want to bring it out right now, so we're gonna go with this thing. And I'm just gonna use some of my like spare solder and I have like I think this is like plumbing flux, but I have like a full on kit. I don't want to bring it out for this. I probably should though. But okay, we're gonna heat this guy up, and I think we have to bust out the we do have to bust out the fume extractor for this because this is about to get really stinky. Real stinky, real soon. Okay, so we've got that. I'm gonna put this to the side for now. And just make sure it's there, stable. Hopefully it's stable. Actually, maybe we can put it angled so that we can at least gander at it from afar. That's kind of hard to see on camera though. Yeah, okay. All right, so this guy's heating up. Let me go ahead and plug in the fume extractor. This stuff's nasty. We got that there. And in terms of cables, what do I need? Maybe I should bring out the case again actually for the length. So we know that we need to bring the power cable from the front here all the way to this connector right over here. So let's see what cable I can use for that. What I could do, I mean, I have this cable that I use for the LED, for another LED, so maybe I can take this, and I think it should be long enough. Yeah, it should be long enough. So that's I think I used this for the workbench that I took apart. Yeah, basically, if you watch the video, I have like these little like 5mm holes so you can install a power and a hard drive LED. So we'll take that, and then I've also wired up this like other power button. I think I'm just gonna gut it and then put it on the new switch, which I've kind of lost again, and I just found it. Cool. All right, so this is heating up. I think it's heating up. It is. Yeah, we're just waiting for it to heat up. I think it's actually already done. All right, so we know that the length for that is more than enough. So let's put this aside before I hit it and drop it, because that is a high chance of happening. And let me just clear off some of this really quickly. Make my little environment a tad bit better to work with. And let me know if this is like way too loud, but I'm getting an internet warning again, but this is also, maybe it's a good time for that internet warning to come up because I do have to heat this thing up. And I guess I'll zoom in so you can see my, not poor, but I guess not ideal. Let me see actually. I think this would be right here. Yeah, okay. Actually, maybe I can even cheat. Maybe what I'll do is I'll like not even lift the soldering iron. No, but you guys want to see it though. Ooh, I almost dropped it. Let's do it this way. Okay, so this soldering tip is so messed up. All right, but it should be good for what we need. So what I'm gonna do is just, hopefully I can just rest it on there. I'm just gonna place the hot solder end on this connection, and hopefully it pulls off. And it pulled off. Okay. And I guess I do have to put a link for these, but basically, no. I do have a link for whatchamacallit, the power cable that has the leads already built in. So I think I'll just link that again. That way you don't have to make your own, because not everyone wants to do this. I don't even want to do this, but here I am. And then for this one, basically the wide prongs compared to the thinner prongs are the ones for the actual power switch. And so, and there's no polarity difference between the two, so you can just kind of put it anywhere. I'm gonna grab some of my soldering paste here, and then take my, remember the little murder zip tie that I just cut off? I'm gonna put a little flux on there and reapply it on these ends here. and these ends here, along with the ends here. Da, da, da. Alright. And now that we have those there, maybe I'll do a little pre-tinning. I don't think I have to. But let's just go ahead and put more solder on these tips. So I really should get a silicone pad underneath here. I'll get to it eventually. Alright, so we've got solder on those. And now, let's see if we can get this heated up. And then hopefully these two mate. Come on. I probably should add more solder. Wait. There you go. Okay, cool. Obviously this is not best practice. Like, I'm using a shitty... I'm using a crappy soldering iron. My technique is, like, not the best. But for today, it'll be more than enough. Okay, so now we have the on and off connected. And now I'm going to go ahead and tackle the LEDs. So I'm going to put more solder on the prongs for the LED. Oopsies. Let me go ahead and just add a little more solder to the tip here. So I'm going to put some solder on the LED prongs here and here as well. And now I will have to say goodbye to this little LED. So long, LED. Alright, now I have to decide which is like positive and negative, but we'll get there. And now I need to I do have a stripper, because obviously you see me do my own custom cables, but I don't feel like walking through my garage to grab it, so I'm just going to use my side cutters to kind of score the sheathing off these cables, and then I'm just going to give them a little twist. And I'll do that for the other side as well. Again, this is not a tutorial for this. This is like really bad practice what I'm doing, so don't follow this. But mainly though, I mean, at the end of the day, you could literally just like twist these wires together. This is the most terrifying practice. It really is though. But at the end of the day, I mean, like, you could technically just like twist these wires together and like call it good, but you know, we're just doing a little bit more. I really should put put something underneath that the bottom of this. Give me a second. Maybe I'll put like, let's see, what can I put there? I think even paper will be better than just having it drop directly onto the table, right? So let's go ahead and do that. I think these were like notes I had for like a short I was filming. I'm going to put some more soldering paste on there, and then heat this up and add some solder. Alright, so now that's pre-tinned, and now we're going to do the same thing we did for the power switch. You really don't have a good angle, but I'm trying to do it so I can see too, but it's a little harder to have it for both of us to see. Okay, so that should be good, and once it cools off it should stay. Yep. Yeah, I'm assuming, Percy, you know how to solder, so this is probably nightmare fuel right now. But for those that don't know how to solder, this is probably still nightmare fuel. But what can we do? This is the stream for building a PC case, not soldering. Hold on. You may need to add some more solder to the tip here that's like on its very last legs. Yeah, this was like a power supply. I wouldn't do this, but it is just a power switch and like a 3-volt LED, so I'm not super concerned with it. Alright, now that the soldering should be done, I'm going to go ahead and turn off the solder ring iron. And I guess, do I want to put electrical tape on those things? I probably should. But do I want to go walk over there and grab it? That's also like the other story. No, I should. I should get some electrical tape. Like, the best thing to do would actually be use like heat shrink, but I actually don't have heat shrink that's small enough for that, so we're gonna have to deal with it the way it is. Alright, so soldering of the power button's there. I don't need this little guy anymore, so I'm gonna move it out of the way because it is still quite hot. Maybe I'll move it to the other end of the garage. Give me a second. Now, I'll just put it by the floor there and step on it later and regret it. So let's go ahead and do that, and let's clean off this spilt flux I have here. Do I have any alcohol? No, I don't. I don't have alcohol, but I do have electronic cleaner, which is basically, I don't know what it is. I think it's acetone. I could be wrong, but maybe it's not acetone. But it works really well for connections, though. Like if you ever have any corroded connections, that electronics cleaner works really well to give those connections more life. But personally, I think I mentioned it. So you do your own soldering, I'm assuming. So yeah, I do apologize for you having to witness that. All right, so we've got. Oh, actually, before I move on, I need to mark out which positive and which is negative. How do I want to do that? Maybe I'll use like a piece of tape. Yeah, I'll use a little piece of tape over here. Just so that I remember. Just so I remember. I think it's listed on here. It'll be really hard to see on camera, so I'm not even going to bother trying. But there is a positive symbol and a negative symbol, and this is positive. Cool. So I'm just going to put a piece of tape on the positive end of this. Oh, never mind. It's also red. So, whoa, is this breaking apart? Well, okay, I think we have one go at this, and then it'll probably die, but it's okay. This is just for the demo. Okay, so now that we've got the power switch on, I think we have the fumes kind of quote-unquote extracted already, so let's turn that off and put this to the side and bring back the case. The case is back. The piss-poor soldering tutorial is over. And now we're going to be snaking the cables through. I also could have made life easier, so I'll link the one I'm using right now, but it actually also comes out with it comes with this like breakout connection, so you could technically just like solder on to these wires instead of to the prongs themselves, but I don't know. I'm not so concerned about that. I also didn't want to bring out this connector because it would basically protrude a little further into the case, and small PCs, not much space, and whatever space I can get, I will take. And so we're going directly to the prongs. And so I'm just going to remove the shroud really quick so I can snake these cables through. And we're doing that right now. And then I will need the retaining nut for it that I may have misplaced. Where is the retaining nut? Okay, well maybe it's the same thread as the other one. I can just use that. I have it right here. Woo! It's just added to the never-ending list of blunders for this stream. But I mean, it is what it is in terms of like the nature of this. But it's also Just example of my planning. Like I really did not like plan everything out. Like the main thing I was really most concerned about was like get the prints finished so that I can at least have something to like put together on stream. But this part here, like in terms of like dismantling of the case, what do you call it? What else? The soldering of the power button. And this just screws on basically. There's like a little nut that goes on here, and I'll show you in a bit. Yeah, so these weren't really part of the plan. Like I thought that I could like wire up this this power switch before the stream, but like I was literally like scrambling to even finish like a print over here. So it is what it is. Okay, so we've got the positive lead here. This won't be really hard. This won't be, I mean, I can't really show this part because it's too, I don't really have an overhead cam for it, but I'm just, I mean, I've kind of somewhat memorized like where my connectors are. So I know that like this is positive. I know that this is negative. God, watch, I still wired this up wrong. I'm trying to be all cocky about it. And now I'm just installing the power switch. Thankfully, there's no polarity for the actual switch itself. It's just like, is it connected? Is it not? While the LED though, that one does definitely have like a positive and a negative. Okay, so putting that there, and it would obviously look a lot better if it was like all black. The ones I have linked in my other videos, I believe they're all black and they look way better. So. Go with that. Don't go with this. Okay, so let me go and cut the zip tie. And I don't know if I need to cable manage this thing. I guess I should, since it's right here. And I don't know how much more managing I can really do to it, but we'll do a little bit. Okay, so now we have the power switch in. All right, and then we'll bring back the shroud. The shroud fits like so. Okay. That feels good so far. All right, so now that we've got that, that cable's still doing its thing. It's just a really long cable and just kind of like flexing on itself. Okay, but either way, we need to tackle the blunder that is the side panel. Okay, so Percy wrote, I do soldering very infrequently. Biggest thing I've done is soldering a wire to 2 pads on the main board for a portable CD player to fix the line level output. And that was a few years ago. Wow, okay. I was gonna say, like, I don't think I've touched a CD player in like forever, so that definitely is a while ago. All right, so let me go ahead and my hope is that this should be quote unquote an easy fix. But my plan is basically, I have this side panel, right? But if you'll notice that the actual interior is much thinner than the overall height of the exterior of the panel. So I think this is like 7 millimeters, I think. But I think I've had it offset down to like, to the point where the middle of this is only 3 millimeters. And that should mean that the blunder we're looking at right now is that this power connector is sitting like proud more than the 7 millimeters of the case panel. And so my hope is that if I take away material from where this power connector is, it should give us enough clearance so that this thing can close, because obviously it is, well, it's actually pretty close. So imagine what I have to do is take away enough material from the side panel. Where are we? Yeah, so over here. So this side, can you see it? It's really hard to see with the lighting, huh? But basically, it looks like I need to take away a lot of it. So it's like maybe like 4 or 3 millimeters. So what I'll probably do is just take out the soldering iron. The soldering iron that was built, that I have just for the heat inserts, I'll take that out and put on a different head for it. The same head that I used for like melting or fusing 3D prints. So right now this is the head that I use for the heat inserts. Right over here. Right? So I'll take that off and I'll put on a different head on it. And the head I'll be putting on, I believe, is one of the stock heads that come with this particular soldering iron. Okay, so go ahead and take off this sheathing that goes for the, whatchamacallit, the heat insert. And, oh, I didn't realize I was still zoomed in. Oh, but basically, I'll just show you, basically. So, for the heat insert, it comes with this one head, and it goes over the heating element, and then this little cover goes over that, and then that way you can just screw on whatever heat insert attachment you want. But I'll be putting on this the chisel tip that came with the soldering iron. I think I have like 5 of these, and so that goes over that. This goes over that, and then I just hand tight this on, and it should be good. And so now we are going to turn it on, and unfortunately the fume extractor has to come out again because you know, with the heat inserts we were kind of melting the plastic, kind of not. We were only like melting it around the heat insert, but for now we're actually going to be like literally cutting out plastic. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to measure out like where I actually need to cut, and then start cutting away. Let me see, maybe I'll grab like a piece of tape, or no, I have a pencil here. I had a pencil here. It's rolled underneath the printer. Okay. Got it. Okay, so I'm just going to mark out how much or where I need to take out material. And that's going to be done like so. So I'm just going to like eyeball it essentially. Maybe right there. Maybe right there. All right. So now I've marked out where I want to take away material. Let me see if I can get that shown. Yeah, so there you go. I almost touched a soldering iron. Okay, so I'm basically going to carve out all of this over here. Maybe we'll go a little more than what we need. So yeah, so everything within this rectangle that I just drew needs to be taken out. I do wonder, maybe I should, I think I can, no, I'm going to be good, I think, and I mean, I do actually have like a little table CNC. I've got a Dremel. I've got a little handsaw. What do we want to see? Do we want to see it melted off, or do we want to see it cut off? I think with it cut off, I might need to, uh-oh, what happened here? I think my camera is like goofed on itself. Uh-oh. Oh no, I think my camera's gone bonkers. Maybe the stream's been going for too long. Okay, so what do you all think? Should I just melt it off, or should I cut it off? Melting does introduce some dangers in terms of it'll soften up the plastic around it too, which might not be ideal. So maybe it is going to be like a combination of both soldering and like a handsaw. I'm not sure how to approach this yet. What does everyone else think? Okay, let's see. The blunders, man. The blunders are real. Give me 1 second. I don't even know where my handsaw is, so we're gonna go at it. We're gonna just melt it off. All right, fume extractor. But what worries me actually is for the CAD itself. But you know what? Maybe it's because we can't even really use the I/O panel. Maybe I just bring it down. I could do that. I could bring it. Yeah, I'll just bring it down. That should be enough space for it. Okay, but now we've got to take away some material. That's a lot of material to take away, though. I'm really worried about this. But maybe what I can do is at least try to cut it out first before I actually go at it with the soldering iron. Okay. So we've got, you can see what I'm doing here. I could also just be quite tired now. Wow, what is up with my, I think my gimbal's like dead or something. 1 second, okay. Okay. Okay, we're back. That was weird. Maybe a software glitch, but what I'll do is try to cut this down first. It's kind of working, but I might need to just put it, sorry, you won't be able to see it because I have to put it on the edge to get some clearance for the blade. But what I'm doing is just cutting into the material so that I get to the depth that I want. And luckily, I printed all this out in a mesh. And so it's actually not that much material to go. I'm just like fighting maybe like 3 walls on each side. But the majority of the interior is just like little lines of plastic. So it's actually quite quote unquote easy. But so one thing you should do is wear eye protection if you're doing this. And another thing too, whenever you're like cutting something like this, make sure that you're like the path of the blade is away from my body. So if even if I did slip, like, I mean, I guess like my hand could like go towards like my leg, but right now the force I'm putting on is pretty parallel to what you're seeing. So if I do slip, the most that'll happen is I'll like maybe cut up my table, but the hope is that it wouldn't go towards my actual body and like cut my leg and cut my, I forgot what that artery name is, but it's a pretty prominent one in your leg that'll like kill you. All right, so it's hard to see, but I've cut to the depth of where I marked, and so now I'm going to try to see if I can like just carve out what I need taken out. I'm really surprised of how well this is actually cutting. I didn't expect it to cut that easily. So luckily this one will be easier because I am going to be going through the actual layer lines. And I'm just going to go bit by bit until I get impatient, and then we bust out the soldering iron. And then you can see me melt this off. A part of me is like stopping myself from just like grabbing some pliers and just like yanking it off, because I think technically it should work, but what I'm afraid of, like it'll take some of the mesh with it. This is like pulling teeth right now. I mean, like watching the stream is like pulling teeth, I guess, so you've all been in it. And it's kind of working. Maybe I don't pull and I just twist. That way the forces are like parallel to the mesh. I'm definitely mangling it. What I can do is maybe like cut through the interior fill, and that way I'm only like ripping off one wall at a time. This is actually cutting pretty easy for plastic, I guess. Nice. Okay, I think this is gonna go much smoother than I expected. So let me see if I can. No, don't use my fingers. I do have other pliers here. Oh, you know what? What am I doing? I'm being silly. I have these like side cutters. I could totally just like cut into it or twist. Hold on, let me get my eye protection for this. This might be a little sketch. All right, safety. Safety has been initiated, but we are on the way. Maybe I'll just turn this off for now. I can feel the heat from it. We're getting there. We're getting there. Now, obviously, this wouldn't have happened if you just followed a case designer who actually did the due diligence. But that's not the case for now. But in my defense, I really thought I thought about this already. I didn't. That was just unfortunate that I missed this. Because I have modeled out a power connector, but I must have had the bodies turned off just for like visual sake, and I just totally forgot to turn it on during my last. I do try to have like a last second like run through to make sure that I kind of have thought everything out, but I missed that. Okay, we've got one wall off, and we haven't melted anything yet, so I'm quite happy. I think this next part should be faster. You know, we fixed the other blunder from the previous stream with the soldering iron, but this is taking a little longer, but I think it's a cleaner solution to the blunder than the soldering iron would have been. So I was really afraid with the soldering iron that if I did it, I would have deformed the plastic around it. The S in SFFPC stands for safety. I really wish it did, but unfortunately it doesn't in this situation. Okay, so you saw me fiddling. I can clean it up a little bit more. But I think we got what we wanted. We removed the wall to where we marked, and let us try fitting it right now. I'm gonna move this fume extractor out of the way, and then here comes the moment of truth. Okay, you all stuck around. You've all had to deal with all the blunders. Let me see if I can put this over here. Power buttons in. We've got cables somewhat managed. This one will be a little issue, I think. I think we have to address it, but let's just do at least a dry fit to see if our little notching exercise was what we expected it to be. Bum, ba, bum. One side, in. Other side, in. We did it, team. Everything is safe if you ignore ocean. Yeah, I mean, it's like closing your eyes to dangers, right? Or like ostrich in the sand. There you go. There is still some, I think that tension I'm seeing right now is actually from the power cable. But there, I mean, we've got it in. Let me grab a power cable so that we can at least see the LED. Give me a second. Dropping stuff. All right. All right, we got the power cable. Well, I bet you any money I had one set out here. I was wondering why I didn't have a power cable nearby. I usually do. I do have one. Jeez. Well, we got another one. Okay, so we can now unplug the soldering iron and the fume extractor, and we can get this installed. Do we want a screen? Let me know, because we are almost. Hold on, let me clean up the desk a little bit. I think it deserves a cleaner desk. Just for like the video's sake, I think. Okay, so those are, we don't need this anymore. And let's see what else is in the way. We don't need the soldering iron anymore. I'm just so happy I have this table. This is actually like a work table that we made for my wife during COVID when we had to obviously work from home. And basically it's like this huge table. It's got like 3 levels to it underneath where I'm able to like store all my hoarding stuff, but it also gives me like space to like store all the other stuff. Yeah, it's coming super handy, and I'm really happy that my wife no longer needed it, and I was able to repurpose it for the stream. If you watch my other videos, I had like a really small like kind of bar table, and I don't think that would have worked very well for this stream, considering it just gets so hectic and chaotic during the stream. Let's put this side here. Don't need these anymore. I don't want to lose the hardware for the mounting of that the thermal, right? Actually, I need to ask. I think was it Percy or someone mentioned that they also used the Peerless Assassin. Did it come with a backplate? Maybe I'm just not using the backplate that it came with, and I just reused the stock one that came on the motherboard. That could also be the issue why I literally could not pull out. Get it? It's a good excuse. I couldn't pull out. I'm sorry. Like that's why I had to like kind of mangle those spacers. What else is here in the view? Too bad we couldn't use the IO port. Okay, so somebody mentioned that we might as well check the post. Let's do that. So give me 1 second. I need to grab my monitor. You know, it's a bummer that a lot of these new cards don't come with USB-C out for the video, because my RTX 2080 Ti came with a cable for that, but for some reason, like all these new ones don't. Give me a second while I grab the cable that's needed, because I need to have like a special one. Do I even have it here? Yes, I do. The hoarding is real. So normally what I do is I just like, normally I just plug in USB-C directly from the video card, and then boom, I have an image. But because most video cards now just come with HDMI and DisplayPort, like I can't. I have to like run this like special, I guess, kind of adapter. It is a cool adapter though. Let me show you. So what it does is it converts an HDMI signal into USB-C. But because this monitor can also power itself through the USB-C connection, they also then feed both the HDMI, and they have this USB connector that's pigtailed to the HDMI connector. And so this provides power for the monitor, and obviously this is the data from the video. And when I hook them up to the case, obviously it's like HDMI goes there, and this is just going to steal power from wherever, if I can put it in right. And then all we're left with is just this one USB-C cable that should hook up with one cable to the USB-C port of this monitor. Well, oh, give me 1 second. I'm just grabbing the. I was like, if you want to see it post, you might as well log it in too, right? So I have this this super old like Lenovo. It's both like it's a multimedia remote, but it comes with a full keyboard and like a little touch mouse. And we're gonna go ahead and install that. That way we can at least log in. All right, and it has Wi-Fi. And so now we're gonna. Oh my God! Hold on. Did I? Yes, we're gonna find out. I'm asking myself, did I flip the switch for the power supply? Because I don't have access to it right now. But luckily, this is just a magnetic panel, so we can get to it. But let me go ahead and install this. Okay, it's definitely in because I saw lights flicker. All right, moment of truth. Will it post? We've got visuals for. Sorry, we can see the power button, right? And the hope is that it lights up when I press the button. So let's find out right now. Wait, did I not plug it in? We don't have post. Now, give me a second here. It may just be that I need to actually hit that power switch, maybe? Or maybe I didn't wire up the... No, it should have turned on by now. Uh-oh. That's odd. Uh-oh. Maybe I didn't plug it in right? I guess the best way to check is just like to use a screwdriver, but give me a second. This is a blunder number 6,969. Here I was being all confident with my this cable goes here and this is, and maybe I screwed that up. No, it should be power. Despite all my lighting here. Oh, this should actually be working already. I don't think I killed it. Hold on, you know what? I'm gonna just test it really quick to see if it's the button that I used. So I'll just jump start it with a screwdriver. Where's my screwdriver? Where's my screwdriver? There it is. Okay, so it should technically be on. That's odd. Did I kill my motherboard? I may have. Oh no, boys and girls. I think something is dead. Wait. Power. Wow, this is like, I really hope I didn't kill something because this is actually my gaming setup. Did I just read it wrong? Well, this is how you kill a PC. Now I was gonna see. Might as well. Captain Merc says the posting should be the cliffhanger. It's definitely a cliffhanger right now. It doesn't come with a backplate. The spacer is designed to have a lot of friction with the post. Okay, that's for the CPU cooler. And Percy wrote, yeah, it sucks that the RTX 20 series was the only GPU line to really do USB-C video output. Yeah, I missed that. Percy wrote, is everything connected correctly? I'm gonna check that right now. So 24 pin, GPU. But what's crazy is I actually did hear it like kind of click. What did I do? Yeah, so whenever I do that, like I do, there's like definitely like power or something happening. But I'm not able to jump it. Not even with a screwdriver, which is really strange. What did I do? Oh no. I mean, this might just be like, at least we know things fit, but the case shouldn't influence whether it starts or not. What is happening? I don't think I shorted anything, but I did drop that one piece on it. I really hope that wasn't what killed it. I'm gonna cry if that's the case. This is like my main gaming PC. That's the dangers of like, I don't get it. What? I mean, I don't think it's. Did I hook up the LEDs wrong and it like shorted it when I tried to turn it on? I freaking hope not. That'd be the saddest thing in the world. Give me 1 second. I should have done this beforehand, but let me just check if my switch was even wired up correctly. I don't think it should matter, but that's LED. Wow, this is kind of this is not fun. When things don't work, it's not fun. I'm just want to make sure that I have. So yeah, so when I press the button, it definitely closes the circuit. So that's not the case. I really think it's my motherboard then. What did I do? I killed my gaming PC. This is not cool. That would suck if I just got these wrong and then like it's short. I don't think that's gonna be the case though. Normal way to troubleshoot is take everything apart and then like try everything one by one, but I wonder what it is. One thing I could possibly guess is that I am putting tension on the power connector, so maybe I pulled something out that I shouldn't have. Give me 1 second. I'll have to like. Well, I guess, I mean, we've already seen the case put together. We know that the actual components fit. Whether or not, like, my PC's dead, I don't think it's really, like, the case that did it. I mean, I think the user did. So I don't feel bad stopping it here. But y'all have stuck around long enough. Maybe you can see how I would, yeah, I'm going to try troubleshooting it right now. Just like Percy kind of alluded to, but give me a second. Let's just button it all up and maybe like get a good look at it, and then feel free to leave then. But if you want to stick around to see how I troubleshoot my PCs, stick around for that. But in terms of the actual construction of the PC case, I think we've already done that. And I don't think that the case itself is at fault to if it's like not functioning in terms of the components I put in here, because I really think that it might have just been me, like just my cable management and my rushing of things just kind of possibly dislodged a cable or something. But let's just take a look at it before we sign off. But essentially, we did complete the assembly of the case, which I'm really stoked with. I think despite the little blunder that's happening right now with the with, I don't know if my power supply or my power cables, but the actual build for the console is done. And so let's take a look at it before I take it apart. So I think just to conclude, if you want to take off, basically I am pretty happy with this. This like the idea that you can put some pretty powerful components in here, and I really don't think there's going to be an issue with cooling, considering everything is a mesh, and it is PETG, so melting shouldn't be a huge issue. Obviously, like your ambient temperatures are going to play a huge part in this too. If you have a warm room, this is going to be warmer. Luckily, my garage is cool for now because we are kind of like in the spring/winter part of Northern California. But I think if you have a newer generation GPU where there is like crossflow, that'll work really well for this because, as you can see, it is just a mesh. You can see my face through here, my fingers, and so if you do have crossflow going through here, GPU temperatures should not really be an issue. I think for this particular GPU that I am using though, like it may not be the best situation. I mean, I do have some crossflow over here, but for the majority of the heat coming out, it's actually going to come out from the bottom and the top. But luckily this is mesh, and hopefully these cables can take the heat. But right now, I think it might be the cables that are broken on this. But we've already seen it in its glory. I mean, actually not really, maybe because we have to put this guy in and then have it supported by the GPU. Yeah, so the internals. Man, the thermal putty that I'm using is really ugly. I haven't taken it off because I know, again, I think I'm going to be water cooling it really soon again. But so far though, I'm super ecstatic with how well this turned out. It looks really nice. Let's see. Captain Merc says, looks great, thank you. Captain Merc also wrote, would you have a similar one for ATX Mobo? I mean, it shouldn't be too hard to make it happen. Let's see, give me a second here. So again, I'll be uploading 2 versions of this, and one of them is going to be for the 5090, which is taller. And for the amount that... Or maybe I spoke too soon, actually. Oh, no. Actually, no. For the amount that the 5090 version will grow, an ATX motherboard obviously will definitely fit inside there. However, it'll be a weird system, though. I mean, we're talking about, like, full ATX, but, like, SFX or even maybe Flex ATX Power Supply. That'd be kind of a weird combo. I don't know... I don't know what would be the driving force to make it ATX that small, unless you're just trying to save by not buying a new motherboard, but I don't know. But I guess so. Because wait, you basically have a smaller cooler with ATX. Like, normally people buy ATX because they generally sometimes the power delivery for the motherboards is stronger than an ITX one, usually. But then that power delivery is like useless if you're going to be just downclocking or undervolting the CPU anyway. And then in terms of expansion slots, if you retain how thin this is, expansion might not be like very useful. Maybe you can have like one like riser cable in there to like have a video card, but then like what would you... I guess you could put another riser cable to do like... If you follow my socials, like on Reddit, I posted like it was a Thermaltake Core G3. It was like it was a mid tower, but what was interesting with it, kind of what we're talking about right now, is that it had full ATX, but it used an SFX or SFXL power supply, and then it had a riser for the video card. And luckily for that particular case, it had a three slots in the back. And what I was able to do when I sold the PC, I sold it to a streamer actually, and what they did was they had a video card in there, and then they had actually 2 riser cables snaking around, and the other one was for a stream card. So they had the video card and then a streamer card, and that was an interesting build. And I had that water cooled though, so it wasn't using a lower profile cooler like this one is. So that one kind of made sense, but I think if we want to retain the width of this, I'm not sure how I feel about going ATX for it, but it's definitely a possibility. I mean, like if you've seen my I won't grab it right now, but I had my very first ATX build had the motherboard, you know, vertical like this, and it had like a video card riser cable, so it was fairly thin, but not that thin. And so that could be the same situation where you just basically you retain the use of your motherboard, use a riser cable to get a full size GPU, but you would be then forced to use SFX. It's possible. I can play around with it in the CAD, but driving factor for it isn't the highest for me right now. But worth a try. I mean, there's tons of cases I want to try out, but that'll definitely make the list. Captain Mark wrote, would love to have this form factor for ATX Mobile, then connect to external RAD. That'd be interesting. You can't really see it. Maybe I can pan to it, but no, I'll just bring it here. It's hilarious. So keep your eyes peeled for this one. So this took some hunting. This is a copper and brass radiator from a car. If you follow my socials, like one of my first water cooling systems, like back in like 2003, used a heater core from like an old Chevelle because it was copper and brass. And I've been wanting to do this for a while, but essentially, yeah, this is a copper and brass radiator, and this was supposed to be done like last year, but it just hasn't happened. But believe it or not, this will be a radiator for an upcoming build. But yeah, you saw the sneak peek here, but I'm really excited for this one because I think I could like reach like near ambient for the water temperature, and then I might be even able to run this passive, which would be really sick. And now my hands are really dirty. All right, trying to think. Oh yeah, so now we saw it in its glory phase. If you stuck around this long, thank you for sticking around. I think we can call it good here. I'll still stay on because I mean I've got time. I think my hunger has passed, and so I'm not at the stage where I'm probably like starving. But I do want to troubleshoot this because I think the more pressing matter is did I kill my gaming setup? And that would be really sad because I can't afford another gaming setup. I guess I could game on this PC that I'm streaming on right now, but like that'll hurt the feelings for sure. Okay, so yeah, thanks a lot for sticking around. I really appreciate it. I'm trying to stream every week. Again, if you haven't subscribed, make sure to subscribe. If you like this video, make sure you like it. And again, I really appreciate all the comments y'all have been sharing here. I do appreciate you being here because it really does make the streaming worthwhile, because I love talking with everyone about the stuff that we all love, which is building and playing with PCs. And I guess another shout out to JLC 3DP for sponsoring this stream. I really appreciate them for reaching out for this collaboration, and I hope that things go well for it in the future. But yeah, so if you want to take off, it's been a lot of hours now, and the rest of this is going to be me scratching my head of whether or not like I killed something. But yeah, but thank you. So if you decide to take off, have a great weekend. If you want to stick around, I'm gonna be here, so this will be kind of like the part 2 of the stream. And so yeah, if you go, thanks. If you stay, let's see how this goes. All right, so with that, let me go ahead and tear this thing down. I mean, I can't really troubleshoot it without taking it apart, but this is just the nature of fiddling. So let's fiddle. I'm grabbing my grabbing the snippers here to get this thing fixed up. My gosh, I really hope I didn't break my gaming PC. The worst part is not even about the money. It's like, where do I get a video card? But you know, maybe, you know, I take it back. I'm talking out of privilege because, yes, if the 3080 is dead, it's really not the end of the world, because I mean, like right behind me, This is a water-cooled RTX 2080 Ti. So I think I'm over-exaggerating, obviously. Like, this is this video card here is more than capable of doing everything I want right now. So I'm just I'm being a spoiled little baby. All right, so at least the power switch we know works, but one thing that might have been an issue is my wiring for the LED. Maybe I hope I didn't have the polarity wrong, but I don't think I did. I don't think that would kill a motherboard though. But I mean, I guess anything could kill a motherboard, right? Man, that would be so tragic if that were the case. Like the PC died because of my stupid wiring. Also, wouldn't be surprising, all things considered. And you know, despite all the 3D printing I do, I really should like create like a tool system. I haven't seen it, but basically there's like a little corner of the table here where I just like throw all my tools, and I should have it better organized. But the priority is making the PC case though. That's why I haven't gotten around to it. But I should change that up though, because I think I use the tools enough that it does require some attention. Right, I'm going to take out the video card first. And then I can start kind of like fiddling to see. First thing I'm going to do is when I have everything apart, I'm just going to test the power supply with my tester, just to make sure that like the power supply itself is good. And we can quickly find out right away, like, did I kill a motherboard? Oh, man, I really hope I didn't kill a motherboard. Like, I mean, I guess the other thing too is like, because of the way I was installing it, like putting tension on like this stereo part, and I was yanking on it. Oh my god, yeah, I was yanking on it when I was doing the stupid spacers. I think I did kill it then. Whoops. Alright, video card's over here. Let me go ahead and undo all these zip ties that we took like an hour just like fiddling. So those are not coming off now. I really hope I didn't kill the motherboard. That's just like, I literally just like got this delivered. It took forever to get delivered from China too. Okay, so I'm going to remove these cables. And I'll be testing them out once I get out of the case too. But let's put those there. And then put this over here. Okay. Take this out. A little tight. Alright. Percy wrote, let's see. A different PCI riser would be needed for ATX or a micro ATX. Or for sure, I think that it'd be one of those little soft ones. And I also have one. If you see my other videos, I have one PCI riser where I use it on ATX, where it's like it's a normal conventional riser to a 90 degree, and that works out pretty good for it too. This one, unfortunately, it's like a hard riser. Yeah, otherwise it would definitely be limited to the single slots. Percy also wrote, I've killed a motherboard with a Wi-Fi Bluetooth card because the USB cable from the Bluetooth was getting crimped by the GPU. Sheesh. Literally the entire reason I don't have an AIM-4 board was for my Steam machine. Had to put the board for it in my main rig. Yeah, it's always funny. Like, obviously, like, we are definitely speaking out of privilege by having like access to all these like different components, but it's still really sad when stuff dies though. I hate that. Okay, see, this is kind of a funny like order of operation situation where I now cannot remove the I can't take out the power supply without first taking out the stand. I really don't think the stand is needed. I just put it on there because I think aesthetically it looks cool. It's really not needed though. I don't think. Because everything's a mesh. The power supply is like on little stilts, and so. But I mean, I'm also just saying that the PC's dead and I can't even test the thermals, so don't listen to this guy. All right, so now we are removing this power supply that took so long to get in. But thanks to everyone for sticking around. If you're sticking around for this, we've been at it for a while. But we started the stream at, oh my god, we started the stream at 10 a.m. It's 2 o'clock. That was insane. What's even more insane is you all stayed. That's crazy. That's awesome. You know what'd be really funny is like if, I don't know how possible it would be like to have like a build off or something. Not really a build off. It wouldn't be a contest, but more like just like maybe we all like gather like a date where we have like all our parts ready and we just kind of like build it all on stream together. Or maybe like the craziest thing would be like to just schedule like a LAN party. That would be like the nerdiest thing, but I would be so down for it. Can you imagine a bunch of like nerds in like a little a hotel ballroom just putting PCs together? What would be sick is like everyone like came with like their own 3D printed case and just like it's like a little like build together. That would be so funny. Okay, so I'm gonna grab these cables out. Okay. And then I'm just going to test them to make sure that... So my main worry is that, like, I know that when I built this cable, it wasn't the best. Like, did I pull out one of the connectors? We're going to find out. So, I do have a PSU tester. God, I'm going to cry if this motherboard's dead. I really will. That'd be so sad. Okay, so that's that. All right. What I'm using now is this is, I don't even know what the model number is anymore. So it's called the Thermaltake Dr. Power 2, and essentially it connects to your power supply like so. So right now I'm just gonna test the 24 pin to make sure the cable or the power supply itself is working. So I plug it in. I really hope I didn't. Okay, so then you power it. Okay, so it turned on. It recognizes that there is a. Let me zoom in for y'all. It recognizes that I could zoom in more, I guess. Oh no, it needs to go higher now. Give me a second. Up, up, up. Okay. Oh, it's even hard to see, but it does recognize that there is a 24-pin connector on here. And then when I press this button that's on the side, it'll start cycling through each connection. And so when I click on it, it actually it turned on the fan, but the auto fan kicked in, and it's still blue. Wait, what did I just drop? Oh, sorry, 1 second. Dropped one thing to drop another. Okay, so it's still blue, and you know the voltage lines are reading well. Like this is like. It's still good, like 11.8, but there's no load on it, so that's why it's not probably reading at its like most highest. But everything else seems okay, so I think the power supply is probably okay. But let me turn it off and connect like the other cables. So maybe like did I kill this this 12-pin power cable? God, that actually kind of hurt taking that out. Oh, it was pressing against my nail. All right, so let's go plug this in. And oops, let me turn this off. So that should turn off soon. Turn off. Turn off. Here, I'll let it turn off. So, oh, no, I guess I didn't turn it off. Okay, it'll start beeping. So right now I cut power to it, but it was still thinking it was on. And there's like residual power from the power supply right now. That's why it's like complaining. But it should die like any second because there is like just probably power from the caps. There you go. Okay, so this is the CPU connector, which attaches over here. Okay. And then now we're going to turn it back on. All right. So it does recognize that we do have 24 pin and the CPU, and then when we cycle through it, we've got the usual readings for the 24 pin and then the 12 pin, which is reading at 11.8. It should still be within spec, but again, there's no load on it, so it might just not be outputting what it needs to for the 12 volt. But at least we know that this cable is intact, and now it's like, now I'm really scared, because it means that if my cables are intact, is it the motherboard? Oh my god, I swear. Like when we hush, you're already dead. Okay, when I was cranking down on that thing to get the spacers out, I wonder, did I break something? Like, the PCB was flexing quite a bit, and I may have like killed it by doing that. That sucks if that's really the case. But you're saying that I don't know if Percy's still in here, but y'all were saying that the Thermalright doesn't actually come with its own backplate, so I think they expect everyone to use their own backplate. But if man, did I really like break it by just, I felt like I did everything properly. Okay, so it's reading 24 pin, the PCI and the CPU. And again, we've got the proper readings for 24. Proper readings for PCI, which is 11.8, but that shouldn't be an issue. And then we've got the CPU. Okay, so yikes. It actually might be my motherboard. My goodness. That blows the big one. Man, that is such a... Well, let's see. Let's tear it all down before I start crying. My little privileged tears. And then I can cry for real when I do know that it's like fully dead. I just hope it didn't take my CPU, my NVMe's, and my my RAM with it. That would be like, oh my gosh, that's like money down the drain. Okay, so let me go ahead and take out this motherboard, and maybe I'll strip it for I'll strip it for all the parts. Man, I'm trying to like, I've never really encountered this, but I also have never yanked on the PCB that hard just to get out some spacers. I mean, I think if you stuck around, you saw me cranking on that thing, but it felt like it needed it though. There was no way it was gonna come out with just my fingers. Such a bummer if that's really the case. Maybe I should just change the title of the stream to just, that's a bummer. But for real, it's a real bummer. Alright, so motherboard's out. Man, did I really kill this thing? I really hope not. Okay, so let's put this case to the side. But also, oops. I thought I had like a foam pad that I could use to like just place the motherboard down. 1 second. Ah, I know what I could do. When you hoard, you have a lot of stuff. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and remove like the NVMe drives. Let's get those out of here because that's I think the data is probably the most like cry-worthy, really. Percy, I honestly don't know how to get the spacers on my rig off without using any tools. And then my brain auto-corrected. Yeah, I mean, but you know, I've taken apart that CPU cooler a few times, but never on this motherboard. So I'm wondering if it was actually just this particular bracket that like was tighter, because this cooler had been on the it had already been on. Oh, I don't get this. What is it? It's doing this weird thing again. Oh no, I think I know what I did wrong. Ah, there you go. So This cooler has been on a few PCs already, and it never gave me those issues. So it might literally just be this particular bracket that was on there. Whew, what's a bummer. Anyways, let me where's the safe place for my NVMe? There's really no safe place here. That's safe enough behind me. And I put the screw there, okay. So let me go ahead and take out this other NVMe. Because I think first things first, what I could do is just like plug in, just keep my RAM in maybe, and then try to turn it on. Put this over here. Because I don't think that, well, the 5800X3D does not have a fan. Oh, sorry, it doesn't have a built-in GPU. Maybe, I don't know. Well, let's see if it even turns on, because that was like the most scary part for all this, is the fact that it's not even turning on. Like, it should have at least like spun its fans or something, but the fact that it didn't do that is like frightening. I'm gonna use the stock cables really quick. So at least I knew that. I mean, I was gaming on this like 2 days ago before I started this whole like scramble to get this PC case done. But let's go ahead and install that. And these are PCI Express, so don't need those. And then I do need the 8-pin CPU. And before I do this, I should actually just go ahead and reset the BIOS too. Where is that switch? What I could also just do is just unplug the battery. But I think I have a... Oh, there's a little reset switch over here. Cool. I didn't know that. Nice. We'll do one click, and then we'll do one where we hold it for like 20 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think it's long enough. Okay. So I've reset the BIOS. Connected the 8-pin, the 24-pin. I should get a video card. Now let's just see if it boots. Okay, so power on. So power is flowing to it. Let me go ahead and, you know, I'll just use a known working switch, which is, where did I put it over here somewhere. There you are. Okay, so this is a known switch. Go ahead and install that. What a way to spend a Friday. It's supposed to be like relieved that it's like the weekend. But here I am, troubleshooting my possibly broken PC. Wow, it is not responding. I am, I mean, is it the switch or? No, I think I'm now just desperate for something, huh? I'm looking for another switch. Cause that one, that's like a, it's not a momentary switch, it's like a, it's one that when you depress it like stays on. I don't want to use that, so we'll grab the power cable that's on this one. Okay, so we know, I mean, I know this switch works. I should be careful where I'm walking. Okay. What would also be funny is like, did I just not... Wait a minute, hold on. Am I... Hold on a second. I think I may have plugged it into the wrong... You've got to be kidding me. No, wait, hold on, let's see. Am I thinking straight? Where's my manual? Maybe I need my manual. I think I plugged it into the wrong ports. Okay, so your idiot streamer here decided to plug in the cables in the wrong slots, and so I mean the fan's spinning now. Okay, I'm like relieved at least that there's power going to it, because Jesus Christ, have mercy on my soul. Yeah, this has been a very an ID10T moment that you just witnessed. But I'm also like, I'm super glad that at least we got power to. Maybe do we put it back on the test bench and just see if it even works? Because God, that gave me a fright. I'm not even kidding. I know it's just material objects, but I love gaming, and I don't like breaking stuff, even though I break a lot of stuff on my stream. All right, but I do want to see it. At least I want to get monitor out on it. So let's go ahead and install it on the test bench, so that I can feel better about my Friday, so that I can end this stream, get some food in me, and since it's Friday, I can possibly do some stuff we can't talk about while I'm on your stream, and just enjoy the weekend. Okay, so I took out my NVMe drives though, so I want to put them back in. No, let's just get post, and maybe we can call it good. Well, that's not true, because I still need to take photos of the build. Decisions. I mean, we've already gone how many hours with this stream? We might as well go for like a 10-hour stream at this point. This would be like a world record. No, it won't be. I think I've seen other streams that were like a month or whatever. I think, I don't know. This is not a world record. People are crazy. But I am okay. At least we got power to it. I'm super relieved. I just can't believe I goofed that bad, and it was literally like I had the power connector like 2 rows away where it needed to be, and it goofball. Relieved though, and one thing though, I mean, I'm happy that the case more or less worked. There's definitely some stuff I need to change on it, but it also means that because of that, I don't know if I'll have enough time to have it done by tonight. But I could also do it. We'll see. My night is kind of free, so I think time shouldn't be an issue. And I guess I have no excuse but to do it, because y'all have been super nice sticking around here watching, so I might as well. Yes. PFD. Man, it's a Friday. Yeah, it is Friday, right? Percy then wrote, yes, my favorite place to connect the power button, the HD audio and USB 2.0. It really is. Like, I wish I could, maybe I'll zoom in on what you're talking about. Other people know. But this entire, Jesus Christ. Hold on, let me fiddle with the camera really quick. It's hard to see. Oh my gosh, I cannot believe I goofed that bad. People texting. Okay. So, still not centered. Let me zoom out. All right. It's hard to see. Do I have a flashlight? Not flashlight. Flashlight. No, we'll just use my phone, I guess. All right. So, in here, you'll see that there are... Ooh, almost dropped the case. Okay, so this is a better angle. All right. So, what we're looking at right now is... hold on, this is not happening with this thing in my hand. All right, so this is an array. We've got the middle portion that's colorful is like the front panel one with the reset power button LED for the hard drive and the power. And then right beside it is the HD audio for to bring out like your headphone jacks in the front of your case. And then right beside that over here is the USB connector. And so, I mean, I didn't put the connector on the USB or the HD audio. What it was that I guess my other PC, I'm so used to having the power button like closer to the CPU, and so I put the power button in these last two notches here, and when they should have been like in these two notches over here. So I literally just like missed it by two little headers, and that caused me to probably lose like maybe a good solid maybe a year of my life. No, not a year. Maybe a few days. They say that like every time you stress your body out, you're like reducing your lifespan, and that was, I'm not gonna lie, very stressful to know that I like killed like all these components in like one stream. Okay, so let's go ahead and connect these connectors and at least get some boot on this, because I think I'll feel a lot better if I see some life within this PC. Because that was like near heart attack for a moment if I had killed this thing. Because I mean, like it's a 5800X3D RTX 3080. Like you can't just like pick those up anymore, really. I think most stores are like out of stock on the 5800X3D, and so that would suck. I don't know what I would do. I guess I'll have to use my old RTX 2080 Ti. Oh, no, I'm kidding. I'm being awful. Need a power switch. We'll just use this one. I have like so many power switches out here. Okay, this time I'll actually install it correctly. I cannot believe that. I just feel bad that I wasted everyone's time and we didn't get to see the, well, I guess since we're here, do we want to put it back in and then see the power button turned on? You know what, hold on, give me a second. I'll turn on with this power button. Because technically, I don't even know if this this LED is going to work, because, again, it's 12 volt, and I'm only feeding it like more than, like maybe like less than that by half. So let's see if this even turns on. Okay, let me get this plug in. Okay, so that's the positive lead for the LED, and this should, quote unquote, should be the lead for the negative side of it. That's in, and now let's go ahead and install the leads for the power switch. And again, life could be much easier if I just remove my video card right now. But I think y'all have seen just how stubborn I can be to my own, and then I make my life harder. Much harder. Like right now, harder. You know what? No, let's be responsible and just remove the darn video card. I guess this is like the thing with like small form factor PCs. Like I don't have the biggest hands, but they're not tiny, and so if you got a small build and like medium sized hands, like stuff gets in the way. That's just how it is. Okay, so hopefully I wired those in right this time. We're gonna grab the video card and install it back in to the workbench, and hopefully we can get some a post on this. For those that don't know what a post is, it's like a power on self-test, and that's the abbreviation for it. Let's put this over here. Wow, I didn't realize the camera was following me like a little creep, just like its owner. All right, so plugging in the HDMI, and then the USB to power it. And now I'm gonna reinstall the USB-C to connect it to the monitor, and then fingers crossed we can get this powered on. Let's see. Oh no, that's Okay, now. Yay, but is this lit up? It is, but it's super dim. Hold on. But I mean, that's just like, maybe it's, again, I think there is a, actually, isn't even going to boot up. Oh, I didn't hook up the power for the video card. Do you see these little LEDs on here? It means like the user's an idiot. Those are the idiot lights, and so they turned on because the user's an idiot. Let me go ahead and install the power for that. Sheesh. But this is what happens when you rush. Like, things just go wrong, and right now I feel like I'm frantic. I'm rushing because that little incident really freaked me out, and the funny part was it really should not have freaked me out because it was just a simple mistake that could have been avoided if I just was more present, I guess. But maybe, I hope it's at least like somewhat entertaining. But I don't know. It might be one of those situations where have you ever watched those shows where like the characters are just like so dumb and you're just like yelling at the TV like, why are you doing that? And I guess this is like one of those episodes then. It's just like the character is kind of not making the smartest choices by rushing. Okay. Round 6 to see if I screwed up. Let me turn off this light because unfortunately I guess I really didn't. I might have to just wire this up directly to the maybe the power supply to turn it on, but when I do turn it on, so I'm going to turn it on now. Like, it's on. We got boot, so I'm really happy about that, but it's super, super dim. You can't even barely see it. Yeah, that's not good enough. I want it, like, piercing bright, so, yeah. Let's see. Percy wrote, from here, with LEDs, the power rating is generally just the maximum input it can handle, not voltage needed to turn on. So, I mean, you're right. So maybe, are you saying maybe it is just dim? That's really dim, though. That's kind of shitty dim. Like, my blue one is like super bright. I bet you if I hook this up to a 12-volt source, it'll be a lot brighter, though. I kind of want to see it. I think it's time to do something dangerous. Okay, we at least got boot. You see it's all in Chinese because I reset it. Give me a second here if I can zoom in. Oops. Turn this on and just shift it over. Oh, you can't really read it, but essentially because this board is from China, like it's all in Chinese when you first turn it on, and yeah, I had to like go on the internet and like figure stuff out. But I also took like a screenshot of it with the Google Translate app, and it obviously it was able to find out what I need to press. But luckily they default this first line that's already selected, and this is the line that you use to select whether or not wait, where are the USB connectors for that? I'll find it eventually, but basically the first line is just to change the language, so that's really nice of them to do that at least. But let me go ahead and turn this off, and I want to see these LEDs bright. So let's see. Percy wrote, I think in this case the voltage is going to affect the brightness. I think so too. So let's go ahead and do something dangerous to find out if we're right or not. And the danger that we're talking about right now is that I am going to take one of the power plugs from the Corsair power connectors and just shove in the positive and negative leads. Actually, maybe I only need to take out the positive lead away and just keep the negative should be fine in there. I mean, it's just negative. How much are you cringing right now, Percy? First, you witnessed the soldering, and now you're witnessing the weird use of negative terminals. Okay, so we got the positive out. I'm going to install this into our power supply. And then I actually don't remember which is positive. Let me what can I reference this with? Oh, I know what to do. Because I'm a hoarder, I have these extra cables that I ripped out from something. But it also means I can reference it for where voltages are. So if you don't know, because most of our power supplies nowadays just come with like pure black, so there's no really way to tell. But back then, you could literally look at a power cable and know what voltages are. So yellow is 12 volts, red is 5 volts. I think like orange is like 3.3. But anyway, so we know that if I compare this cable here, I then learned that basically the outer cable is 12. So let's go ahead and stick in the positive 12 into this hole here. Now let's turn it on, and hopefully I didn't break anything. I don't think I did though. So turning it on. Yeah, definitely brighter. I mean, even without my lights on, you can already see it. Okay, so it definitely needs 12 volts. Unfortunately, again, I think the pin on the motherboard for the power LED only goes from like 3 to 6. That's usually the range from like white, green, and red LEDs, but it definitely wants 12 volts. I mean, I don't know how to take it apart because there's definitely got to be like some sort of like resistor in there to like even it up, because LEDs normally all run around like 6 or 3 to 6. So they're doing something to bring it back down to 6 at the final LED, but by providing it low voltage, it wasn't enough. But yeah, so let's try to do that. Let's see. Percy wrote, to be honest, not cringing since I can't think of any 12 volt headers on the motherboard. True. There are some. I mean, trying to think. Fan headers. Yeah. Oh, I could have just stuck it into a fan header maybe, but this works. So we've got the negative into the negative of the motherboard and the positive in the power supply. But at least we know that we definitely need 12 volts for this. So that does change what I might link on the Amazon list. But essentially, if you find a power switch for a PC with a white LED and it's 16 millimeters, it should be fine. I'll find one and I'll link it, because honestly, like you see me like bust out a bunch of these connectors. They're all 16 mil. Once you have a 16 mil connector on there, it works. Okay, at least we got post. Not everything is dead. I'm so freaking happy. Guess the other question is, do we want to see this in the? I think I'm tired. Maybe we'll save that for a different stream, because I actually am tired now. I'm just more like mentally relieved that like my components aren't completely dead. I should do more testing, and I should be more careful with it. But yeah, I think it's gone on for too long. It's almost 3 o'clock. That's like what? My God, that's almost a 5-hour stream. But what you witnessed was like honestly, this is not uncommon of what I do in this garage. Like you think 5 hours is long, but like I've spent longer. You're lucky you didn't witness me do a PC build and then custom cables for that PC build. That adds like another like 2x of what you just saw. So, yeah, this is, you kind of got like a, behind the scenes view of like the day in the life of Mr. Stand-Up Gamer here, who just loves tinkering with this stuff. So, let's see. Percy wrote, power LED connector on the motherboard is 3.3. Yeah, it's pretty low. Generally, ranges 2 to 3. Okay, yeah. But I'm happy that things are in here. I am tired though, but biggest thanks for everyone who's literally still here. We have been at it for a long time. I'll try to have the files up as soon as I can, but I can't say thanks enough to the people who are here. So thank you. And yeah, I'll try to be back as soon as possible. I might even, depending, let's see how people feel, but maybe I'll do like other streams where it's not just the pure case building. Like there is a project I want to start where I have to remeasure something, so maybe that might be helpful for people. I know people have asked about that on some of my comments for my videos where they're like, hey, how did you get the measurements for like XYZ? And it's like a caliper and a ruler and time. And so maybe my next stream will just be that. But yeah, I am tired and hungry and thirsty, and thank you so much for sticking around. Files will be up soon. Again, another shout out to everyone watching, and the last shout out again goes to JLC 3DP. I think as the first sponsor for any of my things for this channel. I mean, you could count GD Tech for sending this over, but for them it was it's more of like an advertising exercise because they didn't pay me to review this thing. They did give it to me. They did, you know, let me keep it, which is huge thanks to them. But I had no obligation to really like promote them at all. Really, it's just really like make a video out of this case. But with JLC 3DP, I am going to be working with them, and I really did choose them because I think it's going to be a good option moving forward. Because again, a lot of people ask like, hey, like I don't have a printer, or I don't have a printer big enough to print out some of your cool cases, and now I think with this partnership, I think it'll give them that option at the very least. And so yeah, so again, thanks for JLC 3DP and for everyone who stopped by the stream today. And if any of my Patreon members are also here, again, thank you again for sticking around and providing money for this thing to happen. You know, like the filament's not cheap. A lot of the filament gets wasted, but you all make that happen. And so, yeah, but if you're interested in joining the Patreon, I have links in my description here, so feel free to do that. You get a lot of sneak peeks, but beyond that, you're really just helping the channel. So anyways, I really do appreciate everyone sticking around. I hope everyone has a wonderful weekend, and yeah, I'll see you all soon. Let me do my little stopping of the stream here. And let's see. Oh, Bear Design Living wrote, phew, I didn't work on my AD just to watch this. Good job. Well, anyways, thank you everyone for sticking. Thanks for everyone for sticking around. I'm tired. Let's all go eat and enjoy the weekend. All right, goodbye.